Namaskar. Good morning everyone. This is indeed a significant occasion as we have assembled here for the International Symposium on SDGs through Hindu Worldviews, Spiritual Care in a VUCA-BANI World. I extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, faculty members, participants and media personnel who have joined us from different parts of the country and across the world. We shall now proceed to the inaugural session of the symposium. I humbly request Professor Amit Patra, Honorable Director, IIT BHU, Siddhayogi, Sri Adinarayanan Venkatachalam, Founding Guru, Anadi Foundation, Coimbatore, Professor Sharada Nandaram, Chair Professor, Hindu Spirituality and Society, School of Religion and Theology, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Praya University, Amsterdam, Professor Vinita Chandra, Acting Head, Department of Humanistic Studies, and Professor Ajit Kumar Mishra, co-convener of the symposium, to kindly grace the dais. चिरपरिश्राम विद्या कांताचारिण समागच्छत वस्त्रप्तुम करोमि ज्ञानधारया. O knowledge seekers who have been wandering in the dense forest of the ignorance in the form of knowledge, tired and roaming, come, I will quench you with the stream of knowledge and wisdom. These words of assurance are those of Vagdevi Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. Today, we are gathered here to take a small yet meaningful step on this path through this symposium. I request Dr. Manhacharan from the Department of Humanistic Studies, IIT BHU, to kindly present the bouquet to Sri Adinarayanan Venkatachalam, the chief guest of the session, as a gesture of welcome. I request Dr. Kavya Krishnatiya from the Department of Humanistic Studies to kindly present the bouquet to Professor Sharada Nandaram from Praya University and extend a warm welcome. I request Dr. Tarachandji from the Department of Humanistic Studies, IIT BHU, to kindly present the bouquet to Professor Amit Patra, Honorable Director, IIT BHU, as a mark of respect. The dignitaries on the dais are humbly requested to garland the bust of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviyaji, the founder of BHU, and to light the ceremonial lamp. time for the Kulki of Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya, composed by the eminent scientist Shanti Swarup Bhattacharya.
Please stop music.
Now, I request Sri Sudarshan and Sri Satya Prakash to render a multilateral.
Shri Guru Pyo Namaha Hari Om Bhadram Karne Vishnuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshariyadatraha Sthirei Angaye Sushuvagum Samstanobhi Vyasema Devahitam Jadayuhu Swasti Na Indro Vruddhashravah Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarkyo arishanemihi Swasti no Brihaspati Dadhatu Om Tat Sanjavagarimahe Gatum Yajnaya Gatum Yajnapadaye Devi Swasti Rasunaha Swasti Manushebhyaha Urdhanjiradu Veshadam Shanno Astu Dvipade Shanchatushpade Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
I now request Professor Ajit Mishra, co-convener of the Symposium, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. It's an honor and privilege for me to stand here and welcome you to this two-day international symposium on SDGs through Hindu worldviews, spiritual care in a VUCA-BANI world. It's an honor for me to welcome our Honorable Director, Professor Amit Patra, Professor Adina Ramji, Professor Shaka Nandan, Professor Vindra Chandra, the acting head of the department, and Professor Varanasi, and all my friends, colleagues, and students. We all know this is going to be a serious and intense dialogue and deliberation over the next 2 days. Why we are here? We are here to talk about things that can show us a pathway to the problems being faced by the world today. We all live in a VUCA-BANI world. Of course, we have moved from the VUCA state to the BANI state now, where things are brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. And in such a world, we come together, people with different backgrounds, different understandings, different thoughts. When we all come together and enter into a dialogue, a discourse, a conversation with each other, that will certainly lead to some new aspects that will give us some solution to the challenges that we are facing today. So, without much ado, I extend a warm welcome to you all, and warm welcome to all the presenters, all the keynote speakers, for being here among us and to share their experiences, their insights with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajit Mishra. Professor Shaka Nandan, an internationally acclaimed scholar in the field of Hindu spirituality, religion and theology, and international collaborator of the Symposium, is kindly requested to present the concept note.
Namaskar. Good morning here. Good morning, evening to those who are connected online. It's a privilege and an honor to be here in this city of Varanasi and also in this university. We are gathered here under the theme SDGs through Hindu worldviews, spiritual care in VUCA-BANI world. VUCA and BANI are not abstract management terms. They describe the texture of our time: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, brittleness, anxiety, non-linearity, incomprehensibility. These are no longer temporary disruptions, they are structural conditions. And in such a world, sustainability is not only technological, it's not only economic, it is existential. The Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, SDG 5, Gender Equality, assume a human subject capable of resilience, moral agency, and relational responsibility. But who is this subject? What sustains this subject? And from which knowledge systems do we derive our understanding of care? This is where spiritual care becomes central. What is spiritual care? Spiritual care addresses the existential, moral, relational, and transcendent dimensions of human life, especially in situations of suffering, crisis, illness, or transition. Historically, it developed in palliative care and pastoral settings, and later expanded into chaplaincy, counseling, psychology of religion, and interdisciplinary healthcare. But here we encounter a problem, because there is no universally agreed ontological foundation for spiritual care. There are different traditions, and they assume different answers to fundamental questions like who is a person, what is suffering, what is healing, what is time, what is transcendence, what is care. And these answers differ across worldviews. We conducted a bibliomatics analysis of 17,521 abstracts of publications spanning nearly 2 centuries, and there are 4 patterns that emerged in our analysis. First, the field of spiritual care is stable and growing. Second, it is clinically centered. And third, it assumes the individual self as primary. And fourth, and maybe most importantly, it rarely examines its own ontology explicitly. The dominant literature tends to assume the individual self as primary unit and suffering as psychological crisis. So care becomes a professional intervention and healing as coping or resolution. Time as linear, transcendence as optional. So these are not neutral assumptions. They are historically shaped and yet often treated as universal. The issue is not simply that Hindu perspectives are underrepresented, the deeper issue is ontological consolidation. When care becomes formalized, embedded in institutions, credentialized, regulated, it is shaped by professional frameworks and policy logics. So then it becomes very formalized ontology, and you have to fit everything in that specific approach. In our work, we address this definitional challenge, and we define spiritual care as a type of professional support, guidance, and counseling for emotional and spiritual well-being that provides comfort during life's challenges and transitions using spiritual or religious practices compatible with one's worldview, helping individuals connect with existential meaning and purpose. So this is formal spiritual care. It is institutionalized, it's role-based, and it is recognized by organizations governed by professional norms. But it is not the whole ecology of care. Therefore, we propose a distinction between formal care, non-formal care, and informal care. The formal one I talked already about is institutionalized, policy bounded. The non-formal one is socially organized, but not professionally regulated. You can think of the networks from temples, ritual specialists, community feeding structures. And informal spiritual care is the relational, the domestic, embodied, not labeled as spiritual care, but the spiritual meaning is inherent in the relationships itself. The global academic discourse overwhelmingly centers on formal care. But in many contexts, including India, Bharat especially, care is primarily informal and non-formal. To see this clearly, we turn to empirical material. We did a study, had interviews and observations in Varanasi, and we are in the midst of analysis. The question was, how does Dharma gain lived value under VUCA conditions? I'm going to just mention the four thematic themes from the reflexive thematic analysis. One is family as moral infrastructure, which connects to SDGs health. Respondents talked about like seva is we give it, the seva that we give, the hospitals can't give it. And so it is really duty related to dharma, you can say it's the informal spiritual care. It stabilizes solidarity through ritual continuity. The second theme that emerged was Annadan and sacred redistribution. And we heard in the interviews things like feeding others is the highest punya, and during Bhandara everyone eats. So this is also a form of informal care embedded in daily life. When it becomes like organized by temples, it becomes a non-formal care because it's organized, coordinated, intentional, but community structured. So, and the other theme was gender sacred responsibility, where it is related to end-of-life care. And people mentioned the family-based activities, and those can be clubbed under the informal care, and the rituals done by the different specialists here, the cremation systems that can be the non-formal care. And the fourth one, the most important one, is that sacred geography and existential anchoring that Varanasi gives. We believe in moksha in Varanasi provide existential stability. Some critical insights. If we equate spiritual care with professional chaplaincy alone, we misrecognize global realities. It is narrowing the discourse. So therefore, we want to enlarge it and say we have to look at all these three, the formal, the informal, the non-formal parts of care. In a brittle and anxious world, systems matter, but systems will not be enough. Sustainability does not survive because we measure it. It survives because people live it. So the future of spiritual care lies not in expanding formalization alone, it lies in widening our ontological imagination, formal, non-formal, informal, institutional, communal, relational. In a VUCA-BANI world, sustainability will not be secured by systems alone, it will be sustained by moral infrastructures of care, and spiritual care in its plural form is one of those infrastructures. Before I conclude, let me situate the conversations that will unfold in these 2 days in this symposium. We will explore Hindu worldviews and also some comparison with some other worldviews like the Franciscan and Buddhist views. And we will look at these as living infrastructures of care clustered across text, practice, ecology, and societal realms. So basically, we try to answer the question during these 2 days, can these worldviews offer structural alternatives for addressing VUCA-BANI? And if so, then what does this mean for our understanding of spiritual care? I'm very much looking forward to these 2 days of conversation, and I hope you to also look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Shardaji. Siddhayogi Sri Adi Narayanan Venkatachalam is the founding guru of Anani Foundation and a visionary who bridges the ancient spiritual wisdom of India with contemporary world. With over 30 years of yogic practice rooted in the Siddha Sampradaya, he has gained profound insights into Upanishadic truths which he shares in his teachings. His spiritual journey includes over 300 days of tapas in complete silence and isolation, deepening his realizations. Sriman Adi Narayanan holds an MS in computer engineering from North Kolkata State University and has more than a decade of experience in academia, where he taught courses in computer science, yoga and Mahabharata. Sri Adi Narayanan, who is also an adjunct professor of practice at NRCVEE, IIT Delhi, is our chief guest, and I request him to address the symposium.
My pranams to Bhagavan Shiva, present in and through all of you and everything here in this Punya Kshetra, in this Sarva Vidyaki Raj's hand. Very inspiring. Respected Director, Professor Amit ji, Sharda ji, Ajit Kumar ji, and my dear Kuni ji, Ankur ji, and everyone present here. It is our saubhagya to be here in this great place. In my travels everywhere, if you look at the theme here, we clearly see Hindu worldview. So when we say SDGs through Hindu worldview, let me elaborate a little on this as to why I think this theme is very, very apt, very appropriate for the current circumstances. Sometime back, we were invited to present the Hindu worldview on climate engineering for United Nations purpose. So what does Hinduism think about climate engineering? What does it show us? That we need to be able to present our worldview to gain a perspective on current challenges. Climate engineering is a very current challenge and directed towards collective well-being, and not be apologetic about it. So these are very deep aspects, because when we are in Bharat, in India, we don't generally talk about religion, but when we go out, actually you'll be viewed as a Hindu, as an Indian. But then you'll also interact. When I went to the Netherlands, clearly one is Indian diaspora, but another is the Hindu diaspora. And Hinduism is not limited to just India. This emerged. To me, when I went to Europe, when I went to US, in Southeast Asia, when I traveled, for example, when I went to Malaysia, there are more than 24,000 temples. And there are Tamils, more than 500 Tamil schools studying Shaiva Siddhanta. Officially recognized by the government of Malaysia, which is Muslim country. So like this, when we look at the world now, especially in the modern context where the boundaries have been made fuzzy with social media. So young people interact in a globalized reality. And what this also means is that your identity matters more than ever. A clear identity which benefits the whole and takes it forward is respected. If one is not clear about one's own grounding, even a religious grounding, it is not respected, in a sense. So that makes Vidya very appropriate in this bhumi, in this Punya Kshetra, which is Dharma Sapeksha Vidya, not Dharma Nilapeksha. That means including Dharma, understanding of Dharma, which guides progress, becomes very important more than ever. Especially meeting and merging with globalized identities, diversities of identities, where you being clear for a young person, them being clear on their own identity and interacting with everybody. And that leads to a very good paradigm, where not an erasure of identity, but a moving forward in a progressive sense. And that means education also needs to bring forth the best practices in terms of what is there with us and how do we position it for everybody's well-being. Last year in 2025 we had the great saubhagya of serving our ashram was situated in Prayagraj, Kumbha Kshetra, and we had the saubhagya of serving more than 1 lakh Annadan for the Bhaktajana there. We were situated by the banks of Maganda. And the local vendors used to come to have a Bhojan Prasad in our ashram. So I got a good opportunity to interact with the local people, all from villages, very simple folk. And interacting, I got to understand everyone used to do dana. Even small children who were setting up, who were vendors selling murmura. They were giving dana. Then one boy had protested, hey, daily you are earning, why are you sharing so much? He said, many years dharma. Even the child had that sense of dharma. And very interestingly, when I dug a little deeper, I got to understand that just those 45 days of Kumbh, they can easily earn in lakhs, if not crores. In a regular business district, these unorganized vendors will not get an address because they have not got the means or the sophistication of education and appearance to get an address in a business district. While the Kumbh Kshetra offers a business platform for everybody, and that takes care of the go back to their villages. They're simple, humble people. Their lifestyle does not change, but they can earn so very well to take care of their marriages of their daughters, live well. So such are the paradigms, that complex paradigms which are not studied and presented, which there is a lot of scope for the whole world to benefit from if we include that as part of academic effort. And hence this is a very appropriate theme of addressing SDGs to the Hindu worldview and presenting it with academic rigor. That can be done in engineering, that can be done in sciences, that can be done in humanities, especially humanities, because it's so easily available and accessible if we view it from the Hindu lens. And we should not be apologetic about it in a globalized reality. And there is not jingoism or fundamentalism. There is progressive, because there is so much for the world to benefit from the Hindu worldview. And this is a very appropriate theme. And given the current context of the Bani world, when we say, as Shardaji beautifully presented, we've shifted from a VUCA, which is volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous paradigm to something that now we experience, everyone experiences. It's brittle, anxiety, stress, anxiety, depression is everywhere. Non-linearity. We expect our lives to progress. My father, who retired from the Department of Atomic Energy, he used to say 40 years I served in atomic energy. And I was relatively stable, but I was moving from one job to another. And he could not understand that. Now if you look at our youth, they jump and they do many things. My son, he does an online, in Sanskrit. He's also doing an online degree in IIT Madras. He is in data science. And he is a marathon runner. He leads people on Himalayan yatras. He travels worldwide in all our gurukulams as an acharya. He cannot be fit into a regular paradigm. And this is a non-linear paradigm. The more we encounter it, we need frameworks to look at this as normal. There is the non-linear paradigm, which is also incomprehensible because we have frameworks which are not situated in the current reality. So academia definitely needs to develop frameworks to accommodate this reality. And that is a very great step ahead. And this symposium definitely addresses all these aspects. I am very happy to be here and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Namaste.
I humbly thank you, Guruji, to make us understand Dharma Rakshati Rakshata in true aspect. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Amit Matra, the Honorable Director, IIT BHU, is a pioneer researcher in the field of electrical engineering with a specialization in control theory, power electronics and industrial automation. A fellow of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Germany, he is appreciated for his original contribution to the academia. I invite Professor Patra for his presidential address.
Good morning, everyone. Sri Adinarayanji, chief guest of today's function, Professor Nandaram from VUCA University, and Professor from Universität, in Germany, Universität, in Holland it is Universität. Yeah, and Professor Vishwa, Professor Vidya Chandran, Professor Pawan Singh, and all other colleagues and students. I am actually probably a discreet speaker in this, department because I really have little touch. In my childhood I used to read a lot of books and all on spirituality, and also of course our two major Mahakavyas, Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And but with time, the content has got reduced. But I am still very proud that in my childhood I got an opportunity to read the Ramayana by the Bengali version by Kritiwas Oja from cover to cover. Because one of my younger grandfather, actually, my grandfather's son, my brother's brother, younger brother, he used to sing the Ramayanas in villages. So he used to sing a lot of part of that at home also, and whenever he used to visit us in my place Kharagpur, my father used to bring that book, Kritiwas Ramayana, and then I used to, in summer vacation I used to have time and used to read. So still I enjoy. And the other day I got a copy of a book where the book, the title is The Lessons, basically corporate lessons from the Ramayana. So he has given a lot of examples from Ramayana. In parallel, he has given with the corporate world where Googles and others are doing a lot of things, and how one could have made avoided some of the mistakes if they use the principles that was used by Lord Rama or even others like Bharat, and particularly when he talked about Bharat, it was a really good inspiration that he talked about Bharat's ethics, right, or dharma actually. So Bharat could have easily neutralized Rama and made him, could have even killed him and become the ruler of Ayodhya. But instead of that, he chose to follow his own dharma. And even though he had to rule the country, you can say about the country, because Ayodhya was a big land at the time, ruling a lot of areas. Could have become the king, undisputed king, but he chose to become a hermit, live the life of a hermit, just by doing the puja of the padukas of Lord Rama. So I think that is one of the simple examples, but I think there are so many other lessons. In a way you can say that how democracy was in operation in Ayodhya. Ram decided to even abandon Sita because people were saying something against her. So he decided that he has to honor his public because he has to listen to the people from everybody. And not only that, it is also said that Rama had the power. In fact, according to mythology, Rama is actually the incarnation of Sri Vishnu. So he had all the power in the world. So if he wanted, he could have single-handedly killed Ravana and destroyed the whole Lanka. But he chose to do it in a democratic, in a way, inclusive way. He took help from Sugriva, Hanuman and so many others, so-called Varanasi. He could have come without them. But when he has taken them along, he has given not only he has done the job, he has taken the whole population with him. And they are also part of it. Then only they can, so it is like if you have to destroy the evil, it's not just that you suddenly come and destroy the evil, nobody knows about it. Everyone should know in their mind that something is evil and you have to destroy it. And make sure that you also don't get into that same trap. Because any of us, none of us can fall into that. So many lessons, so I'm sure this two-day spiritual discussion will be a wonderful discussion on Indian philosophy, which is, again, I agree with Sri Arunachal very much that Sri Adinarana, confusing, Sri Adinarana very much that, this is a kind of stereotyping. It's a Western thought. They take Indians and Hindus and Arab world, they are Muslims and they have their own stereotypes. But as far as India is concerned, we have already accepted all the outsiders as our own, and they have got amalgamated to the same India or Hindu culture. And I believe that it is a culture actually which is really the essence of the dharma. It is not like what we say about dharma. No, in all dharmas, whatever I know about, they all say good things. No dharma says that you do something bad, to steal somebody's property or to kill somebody, but it is how we practice it. And I think the greatness about Indian or Hindu philosophy is that whatever is practiced is actually preached, not the other way around. So I think we are going to have an excellent interaction for these 2 days, and wish you all a very good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Professor Ajit Kumar Mishra ji to present a memento and Uttaraya to Sri Adi Narayan ji, the chief guest of the session, as a symbol of honor. I request Dr. Puneet Kumar Vindish ji to present a memento and Uttaraya to Professor Amit Patra ji, Honorable Director, IIT BHU, as a mark of felicitation. Now I request Professor Vinita Chandra to present a memento and Uttariya to Professor Sharda Nandaram and felicitate her. This international symposium forms part of the ongoing SPARK project at the Department of Humanistic Studies, IIT BHU, in collaboration with the School of Religion and Theology, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Vrije University Amsterdam, the Netherlands. We are pleased to inform you that both institutions have signed a memorandum of understanding to further strengthen collaborative research and academic initiatives. I request Professor Amit Bhatra, Director, IIT BHU, and Professor Sharda Nandaram, Vrije University, Amsterdam, to kindly proceed with the formal exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding. Professor Ajit Kumar Mishra ji, Professor S.K. Singh ji, Dr. Sukhra and Dr. Puneet Kumar Bindish are also requested to join on this occasion. Now, I request Professor Vinita Chandra, Acting Head, Department of Humanistic Studies, IIT BHU, to kindly give vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege that I'm acting here today on this very significant occasion, and I'm entrusted with the task of delivering the vote of thanks, which is one of the most difficult but most important tasks in any program. A program of such a huge relevance cannot be organized without efforts from a significant team of people and a dedicated team of people. For this inaugural session, first of all, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks and a note of gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Siddha Yogi Shriman Adinarayana Venkatachalam. Thank you very much, sir, for your very insightful exposition. I would like to thank Professor Sharda Nandaram for introducing the theme of the seminar, and which actually made me really interested in this. It was a very insightful deliberation, and she's also one of the project collaborators, the main PI from the side of Vrije University. I would like to thank our Honorable Director, Professor Amit Bhatra, for all his encouragement for various initiatives of the Department of Humanistic Studies. So we thank you and we show you our heartfelt gratitude for all your encouragement, sir, for all the initiatives, and this is definitely going to help us move ahead. I would like to thank Dr. Puneet Bindish from Vrije University, who is also one of the main collaborators from the side of Vrije University, and all the four keynote speakers who will be delivering their keynotes in subsequent sessions: Professor Anand Maheshwari, Professor Pawan Singh, Professor Laszlo Solnai, if I'm right in the pronunciation, Shri Madhukari Dasa, all the colleagues who have joined online, and I can see Professor in charge in International Relations of the Institute, Professor Santosh Kumar Singh, who is part of also the MOU signing activity which has happened today. Thank you, sir, for being here. I would like to thank our head of the department, Professor P.K. Panda, in absentia. He has been very motivational and supportive for all the endeavors of the department, and the department is organizing many programs under his very capable leadership. I would like to thank him. I would like to thank conveners Professor Ajit Kumar Mishra and Dr. Swasti Mishra for organizing this symposium on a very relevant theme and giving us the opportunity to participate. All the members from different departments who have joined this program, this inaugural session. It's very encouraging to have all of you here. I thank you. Thank all of you on the behalf of our department. The research scholars and the organizing team who have actively participated in organizing this program. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the staff of the Department of Humanistic Studies and staff of ABLT for making this possible for us to have this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chandraji. I extend my sincere thanks again to all the dignitaries on the dais, esteemed delegates, participants and members of the audience for their gracious presence. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. I cordially invite everyone to join us for high tea outside the hall. We will reassemble in the hall after the break of 20 minutes for high tea. Please. Thanks.
ऐसे देख ला भैया तो फिर खड़ा है स्लीप मोड में हो जा रहा है बार बार। क्या है
5 मिनट वाला टाइमिंग नहीं ना है।
तीन लेके आओ हाई से और वह फटते हैं उनके चीजें लेके आओ तू हमारा खातिर ले आओ तो तोहरा खातिर हम ले आई बार बार बंद होते तो कुछ वजह हो तब ना कहा कि बार बार बंद होता तो एक और वजह हुई तब ना। अब चलिए या तो दूसरा लैपटॉप मंगा लीजिए या तो फिर वही लगा रहा है कि उसको देख लीजिए नहीं बाद में जो चलेगा वो ना स्टेशन चलेगा तो बार बार बंद होगा तो फिर आपके पता नहीं। आज कौन तारीख है? आज 24 है। अरे 25 है। पेपर बोला हो रहा था बेटा 10 मिनट आगे ज्ञापन काम करेगा हम उम्मीद लागत तो हमारा माफी 5 घंटा लगा देगा है कि नहीं हमको अपना
हाँ शीशा वाला एक है और तो 5 की बोला गया तो एक ही में तो हमको चाहिए ना फिर कलर सेम था
हुआ पल्लवी हुआ
मैं उन्हें बोला कि मैं तुरंत कर दूँगा। उनको डायरेक्ट मैसेज कर दीजिएगा। मैंने बोला कि मैं ही पेमेंट कर देता हूँ, तो मैंने उनको मना किया कि मेरे पेमेंट करने से
I see. Yeah. I'm from. Yeah, actually, it's like so that's why yeah. It's very for me it's a bit stressing watching Indonesian love Okay, yeah, next for why the number is 6? No, it's not starting. Yeah, yeah, actually this company sponsor the sports project, right? That's why. Yeah, yeah.
We couldn't move it but we won't move it this one.
Yeah.
It would have like shells on it. How do you like how long has it?
Teacher? कहाँ बैठा
We can go and let's go.
We are creating BHU and VUCA-BANI.
You know how Chinese people and that's why I'm organizing. So I got
started questioning him on the slide on the student like what was the
Hello everyone. Please, all of you are kindly requested to take your seats as now we are moving forward towards our first academic session. I request everyone, all the delegates, participants and guests are requested to come to the hall. Now we have to proceed to our first academic session. Yes. I request the members of organizing committee to request all the participants and guests outside to move into the hall. Hello everyone, this is the time. Now we proceed for our first academic session of the symposium. I request Professor Shada Nandaramji, Professor Anand Maheshwari, Shri Adinarayan Venkatachalam, Professor Pawan Singh and Professor Harsh Purohit will join us online to grace the dais. Now, I request Dr. Puni Kumar Banglish from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences and Vrije University, Amsterdam, to come forward and introduce us with the coming book launch. I request Dr. Puni. Yes, welcome back everyone. We'll have a session with 4 speakers. One will be online presenting and 3 of them are already here. But before we go to the session, in the morning I talked about spiritual care, the field of spiritual care, which is dominantly presented in a formal way. And I mentioned the informal and the non-formal aspects of spiritual care. So before we continue with the lectures, the speeches, presentations, I would like to invite Dr. Ankur Joshi and Dr. Puneet Bindish here to tell us a bit about the new book about parenting, because you can see that as one of the ways to work on informal spiritual care in the home setting. So please,
come forward.
Thank you, Shardaji. I take the privilege to introduce Dr. Ankur Joshi, who is the author of this book, which connects very well to the theme of this conference, as Shardaji mentioned, of informal spiritual care. In our experience speaking to people who have young children, their parents say that, okay, we understand the importance of SDGs, we understand the importance of spiritual care, these are the concepts, but how does it come to the ground? So, Ankurji took this endeavor to write such a book for parents. The book is titled Shastriya Parenting, Instilling Sattvic Sanskar in the Next Generation. He has chosen deliberately some of the Sanskrit and Hindi terms, as is in the English text, which carries more meaning to the Indian audience. So you may find this insightful. Can I request some of the guests, he was carrying few copies, so can I request Professor Shardaji for a photo of the book. Ali Varanasi. Swasti ji. Shukla ji. Neelam Yadav ji. Anil ji. Pawan ji. So while they are doing the photo shoot, I am reading one page from that book. This is for the third chapter, Adhyatma and Parenting. Adhyatma translates to spirituality in the academic discourse. We recently wrote a book chapter on Adhyatma and spirituality. I strongly recommend that you go with it, which highlights the issue of non-translatables. But Ankur chose to use the word Adhyatma as this. So I am reading this page just to evoke interest in this book. You can order this book online from various e-portals, including Amazon. So that's we also spoke to Adil Ranji. He has collaborated with Ankur on this, that all the content of the Gurukul, that network that he is running, so that content will be made freely available for the buyers of this book to support the learning initiatives. So, Adhyatma as the root of parenting. The Western approach of parenting often focuses on extrinsic factors like communication tips, reward charts, or time management. While helpful, these are only surface level tools, and unfortunately we have imported this into our system too. A Shastriya approach goes much deeper and begins with Adhyatma, the inner spiritual foundation of the parent. Why? Because children do not just listen to what we say, they absorb who we are, what we have embodied. When a parent is anxious, reactive, distracted, no matter how many good values are taught, the child receives disturbance. But when the parent is anchored in the self, the silence becomes the source of Shanti, the internal peace. In a Bharatiya thought, parenting is not about controlling the child, but mastering yourself. Before correcting a child's anger, one must observe one's own irritations. Before asking the child to focus, one must examine one's own distractions. Before preaching patience, one must practice sahanshilta, patience in daily life. This is why Adhyatma, in any forms like prayer, rituals, silence, reading of scriptures, bhajan, yoga, sankirtan, etc., is not optional. It is essential sadhana for parents. The home becomes sacred, not by the decor, but by the vibrations of parents' consciousness. Just as a lamp needs oil to stay lit, parenting needs the inner fuel of stillness, strength, and surrender that comes only from a consistent connection to the higher self, the power beyond. In this vision, a parent is not a manager, but a seer, perhaps a seeker, not a performer, but a practitioner of Dharma. So the book explores these themes. I hope you find this interesting. Those of you especially who are young children, I invite you to read this book and give your kind feedback to the author. The author is already on his way to write the second edition of this book, which he's working with the publisher, so you will see more of it in coming future. This field of parenting to a dharmic or a shastriya lens. Thank you.
Namaste, Namaste. So thank you so much for this opportunity to discuss. And this was whole idea which started with a few parents, and my Dr. Sandeep Reddy, you mentioned that there are many parents who are in need of such ideas. And when some people connected, they mentioned they are facing these problems. And nobody is teaching these things in families, in schools and colleges. So we teach everything else, but not this aspect. And so this was a gap that we could see. So it's just a humble attempt. Just start with few ideas. Hopefully some things become better in the next few days. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ankurji, for this most appreciated work. Okay, we think that this is the high time for such kind of a work because we have the responsibility of coming generation who is going to shape the society. And I thank Dr. Puneetji for taking care of this book launch. Now, this is our first academic session, and the session will be chaired by Professor Shraddha Ramji, and the session anchoring in charge is Manvi, research scholar and the member of our organizing team. Manvi, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished guests, respected faculty members, and dear participants, good afternoon. It is my privilege to formally introduce our esteemed chair and keynote speakers for this session. We are honored to have with us Professor Shraddha Ram, full professor of Hindu Spirituality and Society at the Faculty of Religion and Theology, British University of Amsterdam. She holds bachelor's and master's degree in psychology and economics from the University of Amsterdam and a PhD in social sciences from the British University. A prolific scholar, she has authored numerous books, book chapters, and research publications. With over 3 decades of consulting and entrepreneurial experience across multiple sectors, she is also the founder of the concepts of integrating simplification and integrating intelligence. We are also privileged to have 4 distinguished keynote speakers with us today. 3 of them are offline here and 1 is joining online. So, Dr. Anandi Maheshwari is a professor of management and information systems at Maharishi International University, USA. His research spans leadership, technology, and consciousness with publications in leading scholarly journals. He is also actively engaged with the management, spirituality, and religion division at the IIT of Management. So, we are glad to have you here. Shri Adi Narayanan Venkatacharya is the founder of Anadi Foundation. He is a TEDx speaker and adjunct professor of practice at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. With a yogic background and having spent more than 150 days in meditative silence as a phenomenological research in contemplative practices, Adi Narayanan blends modern neuroscience, epigenetics, yogic practices, and contemplation in his lectures. So, we are glad that you are here. Dr. Pawan Singh is Director of Indian Institute of Management. I'm Professor at IIT. Okay. My apologies for that. So, he is former Director of Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli. He is also a seasoned academician with over 30 years of experience. He has served as Director of Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, and Director in charge of IIM Indore. So, we are glad to have you.
mention the topics we will be discussing today. Professor O'Neill will talk about Yoga Sutras and Worldviews and related to collective well-being. Well-being, one of the SDGs, SDG number 3. Then Hiyari Narayan will talk about the Mahabharata and the spiritual care aspect which we can find in it. Then Dr. Pawan Singh will talk about Ramcharitmanas and spiritual care. Professor Harsh Purohit will join a bit later online, and his topic will be spiritual perspectives in personal finance. We will ask each of them to take maximum 20 minutes to present, and we will have all the Q&A part at the end of the session, so that we might also have some kind of more interaction dialogue among the presenters. I see in each of these speeches a link with spiritual care, with VUCA-BANI, but before we go to the interaction with them, I would like to invite, if it's working, who is going to use the presentation? Is there anyone who is not using the PowerPoint? Then I would request you to start first, if it's okay for you. Okay. It's working? If it's working, then we will continue with the order. Yes, but in the interest of time, you want to do it out? Okay, please, Tigger, okay, please, the floor is yours.
I want to show one poster, the opening poster. अगर वो लगाए नहीं कर के चुना तो बहुत होगा. So namaskar, let me put on my timer. That's okay. It's not about that. Okay, it's okay. That's can I hold it? Okay. So at least this slide you can see, which is the probably most important slide. Namaskar. My name is Anil Vaishnavi. Is it okay I speak in Hindi, English, mix? Okay, some Hindi. So, Anil? I want to talk about Man and Dhyan, untranslatables. So, मेरा टॉपिक है योग सूत्र से कैसे हमारी वेलबींग हो सकती है और टू द एक्सटेंट की वर्ल्ड पीस आ सकता है. So, welcome everybody to this session. So, this is Yoga Sutra is one of the Indian scriptures, right? Just like Mahabharata, The Yoga Sutra is all about connecting with the divine. योग को मैं आपको पहले ये बताऊंगा कि ओवरऑल मेरा मैसेज क्या है, कैसे मन में ध्यान करने से मन की बढ़त हो सकती है और कैसे आप लर्निंग कर सकते हैं दुनिया की लर्निंग ओवरऑल। फिर मैं आपको योग सूत्र के बारे में बताऊँ जिनको नहीं पता अष्टांग योग क्या होता है, एक लेंस नॉट एक स्टेप्स। फिर मैं आपको 5 मिनट ध्यान कराऊंगा, तो ध्यान नहीं करा तो योग सूत्र पढ़ने से कोई फायदा नहीं है। फिर मैं आपको एविडेंस दिखाऊंगा कैसे ध्यान करने से, सामूहिक ध्यान करने से शांति हो सकती है। अच्छा, ये तो स्टार्ट में आप देखेंगे कि इस न्यू इनिशिएटिव दैट स्टार्टेड और विश्व शांति मंदिर, ये जहाँ अंकुर जी हैं और जी आएंगे वहाँ से, मैं वहाँ से विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर बन गया हूँ। तो वी आर समथिंग विश्व शांति मंदिर, विच इज आइडिया कि वहाँ पे हर चीज़ का मंदिर सेंटर विश्व शांति के केंद्र, तो वहाँ हम ध्यान सिखाते हैं बच्चों को। और इस समय करीब 2,500 बच्चे जो सारे मैनेजमेंट स्कूल के बच्चे ध्यान शुरू कर चुके हैं। सो आइडिया उसकी है कि उनका मान बढ़े। तो ये आप अगर देख सकते हैं तो तीन चीज़ें इसमें लिखी हैं जो स्लोगन में, जो पोस्टर में है, विच टेल्स द होल स्टोरी जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। पहला तो है कि मन के जीते जीते मन के हारे हार, सब जानते हैं मन से अंदर जीत गए तो सब कुछ जीत गए, नहीं तो सब कुछ है फिर भी आप हारे महसूस करते हैं। तो दूसरा ये है कि छोटे मन से, ये अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की छोटी सी प्रोग्राम आप जानते हैं उनको, कभी भी थे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी थे, उन्होंने लिखा छोटे मन से कोई बड़ा नहीं होता और टूटे मन से कोई खड़ा नहीं होता। तो अगर आपका मन छोटा रहेगा तो आप बहुत संकीर्ण सोच रहे हैं और आप डिप्रेस होने के कंडीशन में आ जाएंगे। अगर आपका मन विशाल है तो उस मन में बहुत सारे आइडियाज होंगे, क्रिएटिविटी होगी। और अगर आपका मन निराश है तो फिर आप खड़े नहीं हो सकते, यू नॉट एबल टू स्टैंड अप एंड टेक सकते। तो मन को बड़ा होना चाहिए और सशक्त होना चाहिए। और तीसरी चीज़ है नीचे लिखी है हमने, ध्यान से मन को शांति मिलती है। तो ध्यान करते हैं तो मन को शांति मिलती है, काफी शांति। और सामूहिक ध्यान से वही शक्ति, वही शांति दुनिया में डालती है, यही सब मैसेज जो आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। और आप फोटो देखें उसमें लिखा है कि पृथ्वी जो है, सृष्टि जो है, वो सपोर्ट हो रही है मेडिटेटर्स जो अपनी प्योर वाइब्रेशन से, टुगेदर वाइब्रेशन से पीस को अपलोड कर रहे हैं। दिस इज द मैसेज। सो वैसा आप अगर कह सकते हैं तो कहिए ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांति। अब ये इसमें भी सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् शांति शांति शांति। और बहुत सारे हमारे जो श्लोक होते हैं वो शांति में एंड करते हैं, बिकॉज पर्पस ऑफ लाइफ इज टू लिव करनिंग आवरसेल्फ इन शांति। तो एक मैं आपको डिस्टिंक्शन देना चाहता हूँ, एक वर्ड होता है NAN, क्या बोलते हैं उसको? मान बोलना चाहिए, मान। ये डिस्टॉर्शन है जिसको मैन बोलते हैं। अब देखिए मैन की प्लूरल क्या होता है? वो भी मान, MEN हो जाता है। बाकी कोई भी आप देखिए BAN, CAN, FAN, VAN, सबका जब प्लूरल होता है तो क्या हो जाता है S, बिकॉज दे आर मल्टीपल। बस मन का प्लूरल भी मान होता है। तो हमारे मन की कोई बाउंड्री नहीं होती है, तो कहते हैं मन ले जाते हैं, मतलब मन कैन जस्ट पेनिट्रेट। दिस इज द आइडिया ऑफ मन। हम मन है, हम कहते हैं आपको देख रहे हैं, आप तो जानते हैं, मतलब हम आपके मन को जानते हैं, मन में क्या है, मन में क्या विश्वास है, अविश्वास है, डाउट है, संदेह जो भी है, स्टोरीज हैं, बिलीफ्स हैं, सारा जो है वो आपका मन है। तो उस मन को अगर साफ रख सकते हैं तो वो आपका अच्छा ही होगी। ये थोड़ा सा स्लाइड के अपने बारे में स्किप बैक। और मैं माउंट कैलाश को गया था, उसकी पिक्चर दिखा रहा हूँ, उसके बाद में बढ़ गई हमको और भी तीव्र इच्छा हुई कि अपने आप और पवित्र करें और जाने हम क्या करना चाहते हैं वही। और एक और पिक्चर उसमें वो आए कि मैं ये हूँ या ये हूँ या ये हूँ। एक जैसे कहानी कहते हैं कि 4 लोग एक कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे काम कर रहे हैं, इससे पूछा आप क्या कर रहे हैं? मैं तो ईंट तो लगा रहा हूँ। दूसरे को बोला कह रहे मैं तो दीवार बना रहा हूँ। तीसरे को बोला मैं तो एक मंदिर बना रहा हूँ। चौथे को बोला, चौथा बोलता है कि मैं तो विश्व शांति बना रहा हूँ। तो आपकी सोच की बात है, फिजिकल एक्शन वही हो सकता है, और आपकी कॉन्शियसनेस क्या है, आप क्या अचीव कर रहे हैं। तो कोई दाल रोटी के लिए करता है, कोई फिजिकल एक्सपर्टीज के लिए करता है, कुछ करता है। तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज राइट? तो उसके बाद अगर आप देखें कि हम 2 लेवल भी जीते हैं योग सूत्र के हिसाब से भी और अपने हिसाब से। एक तो रिलेटिव कॉन्शियसनेस है जिसमें हम हैं, आप हैं, कोई नीला है, कोई लाल है वगैरह, और एक एब्सोल्यूट कॉन्शियसनेस वननेस जहाँ पे सब कुछ एक है, जिसमें कोई अलग ही काम नहीं है। तो दोनों लेवल पे जीना चाहिए। पहले लेवल में हम अपनी अपने 5 सेंसेस से जी सकते हैं, और जो वननेस जीना है उसके लिए हमको ध्यान में जाना पड़ेगा, इसलिए ध्यान करना जरूरी है। ध्यान नहीं किया तो जो सुना वो एंटरटेनमेंट है, इट विल नॉट गिव यू एनी बेनिफिट। मैं आपको इसकी मेरी थ्योरी है, योग सूत्र की पिक्चर है नहीं आ रही। तो योग सूत्र जो है ना उसमें कितने लेंस होते हैं? अष्टांग योग बोलते हैं, इसका मतलब 8 लेंस। ये नॉट 8 स्टेप्स जो एक भ्रांति रहती है, 8 स्टेप्स हैं, पर ये एक भारी बहन रोग होते हैं, जिसमें आप कहते हैं कि जिसमें होता है कि ज्ञान नियम, जिसमें बिहेवियर होते हैं, या फिर इसमें होता है आसन और फिर प्राणायाम। तो इट गेट्स मोर इनटू सर्कुलर, फिर प्रत्याहार हो जाता है, फिर धारणा, फिर ध्यान, समाधि, तो ऐसे करके बढ़ते जाते हैं। तो 8 लेवल में कहीं से भी करेंगे तो यू कैन मूव योरसेल्फ टुवर्ड्स द वननेस। कहीं से भी शुरू करेंगे तो दूसरे लेवल का भी करना इजी हो जाता है। ये नहीं कि आपको सब चीज से पहले से करना पड़ेगा। ऑफ कोर्स डूइंग एनी वन थिंग विल हेल्प एंड अदर थिंग बिकम बेटर। ठीक है, कर लिया? इस डेस्क में कोई प्रॉब्लम है? इस डेस्क पे रखते ही वो मशीन खराब हो जाती है। जस्ट किडिंग। हैं? तब तक ठीक है ना, जब तक डेस्क पे नहीं आए। चलिए ठीक है। अच्छा, in the interest of time, let me keep moving. Okay, so तो हमारी B theory है, B theory basic theory of transcendence, how to transcend from the absolute relative state to the absolute state. कि कोई भी आप मंत्र लेके आप नीचे जाइए और go into the level where it's all pure consciousness, pure oneness. तो उससे क्या होगा कि you will feel, you will lose all the tiredness, or you will come back out more energized, more engaged. चलेगा आगे? ये नहीं आ रहा। ये लोग ऐसा बहुत पहले ट्राई करना चाहिए आपको। Anyway, कोई बात, सुबह तो काम कर रहा था। तो ये मेरी ट्रांससेंडेंस है कि how we go down and come back. ऊपर we are all separate like billiard balls. When we go down, we are all one. तो ऊपर इस बॉल अलग अलग मान, नीचे जब होता है तो वो मन जब बैठ जाता है वो कहते हैं आत्मन। तो आत्मा जो है वो कुछ और नहीं है, कहीं बाहर नहीं पेड़ पे लगी हुई आत्मा को ले जा रहे हैं अपनी। हमारे मन जब शांत हो जाता है वो आत्मन बन जाता है। तो आत्मा यहीं पे है। जब हम ऊपर रहते हैं तो टॉय, आई वांट दिस, आई वांट दिस, आई वांट दैट, आई वांट दिस। जब यहाँ होता है तो इट्स ऑल अबाउट जॉय, नॉट टॉय बट जॉय। जब प्योर आनंद, हम आनंदमय कोर्स से शुरू करते आनंदमय कोर्स में पहुंच जाते हैं तो हम वी आर जस्ट दैट। सो दैट इज द आइडिया ऑफ वननेस करना, ट्रांसेंड करना। ओके, तो मेडिटेशन आप करता में ध्यान दें। ओके, ध्यान क्यों करना चाहिए? ध्यान इसलिए कि जब आप बच्चे होते हैं तब तो आप चीजों से खेलते हैं, देख देख के कलरफुल चीजों से खेलते हैं। छोड़ो तो ध्यान इसलिए करना होता है कि ध्यान करने से आप जब आप छोटी उम्र में तो आप देखते हैं ना, बच्चों को खिलाते हैं कलरफुल चीजों से, और जब बड़े होते जाते हैं फिर लैंग्वेज सीख जाते हैं, तो और बड़े होते हैं तो कॉलेज जाते हैं तो आपकी लैंग्वेज बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स हो जाती है। उसके बाद वही कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी बढ़ती जाती है, एक डिग्री दूसरी डिग्री एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं। उसके बाद अगर आपको ग्रो करना है तो आपको अपने आप को जानना पड़ेगा, आपको अंदर जाना पड़ेगा, वो ध्यान से होता है। और ध्यान के बहुत सारे फायदे चार्ट में दिख रहे हैं। तो आपकी क्रिएटिविटी बढ़ जाती है, आपकी मेंटल स्टेबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है। तो ये है। तो इस समय आई वांट टू डू 5 मिनट अपने ध्यान करते हैं। ओके, तो सिट बैक। ध्यान क्या होता है? ध्यान इज टू टर्न द अटेंशन इनसाइड। ओके, सिट बैक, रिलैक्स, आंखें बंद कर लीजिए। सांस तो आ रही है सबकी, अपनी सांस पे ध्यान दीजिए। सांस आ रही है, जा रही है। गहरी सांस लीजिए। गहरी इन द सेंस कि एक्सेल आपका मैक्सिमम होना चाहिए। पूरा लंग्स को खाली कर दीजिए। अगर पेट को बचाना पड़े तो ऐसा समय फिर दुआ करिए, फिर निकालिए। फिर सांस लीजिए, फिर छोड़िए। एक दिमाग के तक छोड़ते जाएगी जब तक फिर लंग्स एकदम ऐसा लगे खाली हो गए हैं, पेट भी चल गया है। Stay relaxed. Take another deep breath in. और एकदम ध्यान डाल दिए। बिल्कुल खाली हो गए। और एक नॉर्मल सांस है। और सिर्फ नॉर्मल। Just observe the breath. कोई एफर्ट नहीं करना, just observe the breath. नॉस्ट्रिल के नीचे जहाँ कैसे ब्रेथ आ रही है, जा रही है, ध्यान वाला है। Just observe the breath. और सारे मिशन observe the thoughts. जो भी थॉट आ रही है उसको जाने दीजिए, let it go. Our thoughts are our guests. Guests are looking. Let the guests go. Thought है, खराब thought है, soft thought है, strong thought है, जाने दीजिए। Let go, whatever it is. कोई में आती है, जाने दीजिए। You are your mind, not your thoughts. Actually, beyond the mind, let the thoughts go. ठीक है, पूरे विराम देंगे। 50 seconds, slowly open your eyes. या कोई भी कर सकते हैं करके। धन्यवाद। कैसा लग रहा है? Any feeling? Peaceful? Peaceful? Calm? Peaceful? Lighter? Clearer? ये सब चीज़ें आती हैं क्योंकि हमने अंदर ध्यान दिया, पहली बार देखने लगे हैं। जैसे किसी कमरे में कभी गए नहीं सालों से, गए उस कमरे देखे थोड़ी देर में ऑर्गेनाइज हो जाता है ना, जगह निकलनी शुरू होती है, तो ऐसे अपने मन को देख पाएंगे। सो दैट इज द आइडिया ऑफ सेल्फ केयर, जो बताया स्पिरिचुअल केयर है, अपनी केयर करना। अगर मैं अपने आप को मन समझता हूँ अपना, और मैं मन को देख के उसकी सफाई करता हूँ। जैसे यू कैन नॉट टेक अ शावर वंस इन अ ईयर, राइट? डू यू टेक शावर वंस इन अ ईयर? टेक शावर एवरी डे. Meditation is like mental shower. You need to take shower every day, let go of everything. The final part I want to take a couple of minutes is to tell you about कैसे होता है इससे विश्व शांति. So वो जो अष्टांग योग था, that was योग सूत्र chapter 2 29 श्लोक था. Chapter 2 35 में महर्षि पतंजलि कहते हैं तत्सन्निधौ वैर त्यागः. वो आपने पोस्टर देखा था, उसमें एक विश्व शांति मंदिर का ऊपर लोगो भी था, उसके अंदर देखेंगे आप, ये हमने लिखा है तत्सन्निधौ वैर त्यागः. Where that oneness is established, hostility, where त्याग हो जाता है, मतलब you lose sense of hostility means then you begin to feel one with the other. Hurting you is hurting myself, so why would I hurt you? तो वो ऐसा माहौल पैदा कर दें कि जिसके अंदर प्यार मोहब्बत एस्टैब्लिश हो जाए या एटलीस्ट बैर त्याग हो जाए. उसके लिए उन्होंने बताया कि अगर आप एडवांस मेडिटेटर्स हैं, ये उन्होंने बताया कि वननेस एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए यू नीड टू हैव अ सर्टेन नंबर ऑफ मेडिटेटर्स मेडिटेटिंग टुगेदर, एडवांस मेडिटेटर्स. एंड जैसे अगर वो डीप मेडिटेशन होता है, इफ़ यू थिंक, जो इंजीनियर्स यहाँ पे मेडिटेशन की वाइब्रेशन होती है, साइनोसॉइडल वेव समझते हैं, इफ दे आर मेडिटेटिंग टुगेदर इन कोहेरेंस, देन वो उसका एम्पलीट्यूड ऐड हो जाएगा, राइट? दो जने करेंगे तो एम्पलीट्यूड हो जाएगा. पावर इज स्क्वायर ऑफ द एम्पलीट्यूड और स्क्वायर ऑफ एम्पलीट्यूड. तो जब अगर 10 लोग मेडिटेट करेंगे तो 100 लोगों की इक्वलेंट एनर्जी पैदा करेंगे. साइलेंस जैसे होता है ना, लेजर बीम होती है, अगर अलग अलग एलईडी होंगे कुछ नहीं करेंगे, अगर 100 एलईडी इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, दैट बिकम्स लेजर बीम गोज वेरी फार. सेम थिंग व्हेन certain number of people meditate and the number, the formula is depending upon what kind of meditators are there, about 1% of population, या अगर advanced meditators हैं square root of 1% of population. तो डेटा मैं दिखा नहीं पा रहा हूँ. We did a study for 4 years, 2006 से 2011 तक. उसके अंदर we had about 1800 meditators meditate together in our university. वहाँ पे हमारे बड़े meditation domes हैं और सब फोटो अच्छे दिखाता और कर्व्स ग्राफ्स वगैरह सब अच्छे हैं. पर उसमें क्या हुआ, उस 4 साल के अंदर it took $100 million to fund all these people to come and stay there. It's a very big experiment. उसके बाद सब measures जो थे वो अच्छे हो गए. मतलब जैसे हमारा ये homicide rate होता है, murder rate सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है, it went down. rate जो normal था उससे एकदम it went down. ये violent crime rate, even infant deaths, infanticide वो सब हो गया. motor vehicle rate गिर गए. Why would that happen during that 4 years? In fact उसके बाद जब फंडिंग खत्म हो गई, मेडिटेटर के नंबर वापस कम आने लगे, थ्रेशोल्ड से नीचे आ गए, तो वापस से क्राइम सब नंबर ऐसे बढ़ने शुरू हो गए. which established you have to maintain this coherence every day. You cannot जैसे एक बार हमने coherence establish कर ली तो हो जाएगा. just like I said, आपको मन की शांति सफाई रोज करनी पड़ेगी. यू कैनॉट जस्ट डू इट वंस. सो मैसेज मेरा ये है कि पहले आप ध्यान करिए, अपने आप को एब्सोल्यूट कॉन्शियसनेस में लाइए, खुद को शांति महसूस करिए, और दूसरी बात ये कि ग्रुप में मेडिटेट करिए इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड इन. देखिए जैसे सब लोग को सिपाही नहीं बनना पड़ता टू प्रोटेक्ट द कंट्री, सेम वे एवरीबॉडी डजंट हैव टू एडवांस मेडिटेट टू क्रिएट पीस. कुछ ऋषि वहाँ पे ऊपर उत्तर काशी में रह के they were creating enough coherence and enough knowledge for the rest of the country. Same way, a few people who are really committed can create peace for everybody. So अगर आपको इस interest है, so that is one way of spiritual care for the whole world, sitting in one place by a few number of people. और जो पहला खुद का meditation है, खुद की spiritual care. तो योग सूत्र ये सिखाता है, पुराना अपना उसको, यही मेरा मैसेज है. ठीक है? We'll talk more again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Yoga Sutras primarily operate at the level of inner discipline and consciousness transformation. So we can say that the Yoga Sutras gives us a model of intra-personal spiritual regulation. And they show, the sutras, they show how informal self-practice becomes a foundation for collective stability. They shift spiritual care from intervention to self-mastery, sadhana. They challenge the clinical crisis model by emphasizing prevention through inner discipline. So this connects strongly to topics like personhood. Practice for a long time is preferred. It connects to the SDG well-being. and the informal spiritual care we have been talking about, because it's self-care, as Professor Anil talked about, and it requires moral discipline. So, two reflective questions, just maybe if we have time at the end we can talk about it. If the Yoga Sutras frame suffering as rooted in avidya and mental fluctuations, like chitta vritti, how does this reconfigure our understanding of spiritual care from crisis intervention to disciplined inner transformation? And the other one, reflective question, is can sustained yogic practice be understood as a form of informal spiritual care that prevents VUCA-BANI fragility before it manifests in the institutional level? Then now we are going to move to the Mahabharata in spiritual care. And how is it linked? I see the link with ethical conflict, dharma in ambiguity, relational breakdown, moral injury, war, responsibility. So ontologically, it helps us to understand suffering and care as a moral deliberation. And of course, it includes all this ambiguity, the moral fracture towards VUCA and BANI conditions. So we can categorize it as a non-formal spiritual care if we bring it in a context of dialogue, systematic counseling, and narrative guidance. So you can say the Mahabharata shows spiritual care as a dialogical practice, narrative. It is context sensitive and can be applied by everyone because it touches upon the ethics. So now I would like to invite Shri Adinarayan to give his reflections on the Mahabharata and spiritual care.
That's not a problem. Not a problem. I have it. Okay. Namaste. What Anilji said, in continuation to that, there's a very significant message that he has presented. It's a message, not just a point. And the message, if we look at it, the message belongs to a deeper context of the Hindu worldview. The context helps in building a narrative. The narrative helps bring the appropriate value systems that help in the care pathways. If you look at care, what Shardaji mentioned as informal care can still be formalized. There is the ontological and the epistemological models that are available as part of the Hindu worldview. So this is a very, very important thing to understand. When we say spiritual care, we are not talking of a one-off model, one-off pathway. Now I do this breathing, I feel good now. But what happens when I come out of it? Then it's like regular struggle. Or if you say deadlines hai, ye karna hai, wo karna hai, the to-do list never ends and the to-do list is growing. Then all the time we are faced with challenges. And what kinds of challenges? That is captured through the BANI. Brittle. We become brittle. Some PhD scholars are here. If I were to ask, how is your life? Leaving out the first year PhD scholars, for the others, how would they describe their life to be? How would they describe academic publishing to be? मन जो है कैसा महसूस होता है? Is it like हाँ I'm on? Or is it like fragile? कैसा महसूस होता है? Brittle, fragile है. ये सिर्फ आपका नहीं है. We interact with lakhs of students across the world. Abhi, even adults, earlier wanted to go back to bachpan, childhood. कितना carefree था. क्यों carefree था? Because brittle, anxious, anxiety, incomprehensible, non-linear, वो सब नहीं था. VUCA भी नहीं था. How was childhood described? Non-VUCA, non-BANI world. And hence that seems to be the nice haven to be in. But as we grow up, we clearly see it is VUCA-BANI that everyone is going through, especially in an AI robotics reality. So how do we situate ourselves in the right drishti, the worldview, that will guide us not just as one of practice, but as a whole flow of life, ताकि हमारा life सभी को आनंद चाहिए और आनंद देना भी चाहिए, and that should be part of life itself, not away from life. It's like work-life balance. ये कैसे हो गया? Life में work भी शामिल है. Now work is separate, life is separate. Then it's a very tough balancing act. And this requires the right worldview to describe what we are going through. And that's why when we look at care, spiritual care, that's where spiritual care comes in, which is so fundamental that out of that we can live a full life, and that is fulfilling. We realize our Purnatva. Not after multitasking so much, at the end of the day we feel incomplete. So we feel incomplete to begin with. At the end of life also, when I interact with so many people, as part of the ashram, we feel incomplete. And that is not right. And hence the experience on earth becomes narrative. That is not valid. And that's why the narrative that we need to have as part of our life, that becomes very important. That's why we look at Mahabharata for spiritual care. Not just as an informal mechanism, but as a formal mechanism itself, bringing out frameworks that can be used for mundane activities, including management, education. Everything can come under such a worldview benefits all aspects of life. So, especially the first and foremost that we in Mahabharata we face, one of the frameworks is the Purushartha. Why am I doing what I am doing? How can it enhance my view of what I perceive my life to be? Can it be enhanced? Can it be worked upon? And that depth, gaining a depth where we are not just viewing what I'm doing in terms of my identity that the world gives me, I am so and so, but going deeper in terms of how do I perceive myself. Let me illustrate with an anecdote. I was traveling in the Himalayas. Regularly every year we take hundreds of people on Himalayan Yatra. As part of an ashram dharma is to serve the people. So it's to provide spiritual care. So one of the ways that traditionally we do it is through Yatra. Now everyone accesses the Himalayas. There may be some anxiety, and hence an ashram's dharma is to organize and facilitate such yatras. So as part of one yatra, we were traveling post-monsoon and there was a landslide. Where in geological time, if you look at, the Himalayas are fairly young. So mud, slides and rocks fall down. It was not no threat, but there was a traffic jam. The roads were blocked. The government does it very efficiently, so they employ people to clear away so that the yatris can continue. We were caught up in one such traffic jam. And I observed one old lady sitting there and breaking stones. Her presence was very inspiring. So I approached her and asked her, "Mali, aap kahan se hain?" मैं यहीं पास गांव से हूँ। आप कब से ये करती आ रही? ये बचपन से करती आ रही। आप ये क्यों करती? ताकि आप घर पहुंचे खुशी रहे। Straight came the answer. What is she doing? A very tough task of breaking stones. Very stressful, very strenuous. She would have answered me when I asked her, "आप ये क्यों करती हैं?" "अरे चल भाई, don't irritate me." She would have answered, "अभी आप रिसर्च करते हैं, आप ध्यान देकर कुछ कर रहे हैं, कोई आके बकबक कर रहा है, कैसे करेंगे आप? चल चल चल, you'll be irritated." She was not irritated. She could have answered, क्या करें ये गवर्नमेंट वाले तंग करते हैं, मुझे करना पड़ता है, रिसर्च करना पड़ता है, पेपर पब्लिश करना पड़ता है, इवन मैनेज करना पड़ता है, एक गेस्ट को संभालना पड़ता है, a feeling of constraint. She did not choose to answer that. She could have chosen to answer, अरे पोते हैं, पोते पोतियां हैं, तो उनकी देखभाल करना है, मुझे धन कमाना है. She did not choose to answer that. She chose to answer, "You should be happy back home, and hence I am breaking stones." So the toughest of actions, as Anilji beautifully pointed out, it is actually how do we connect Chitta Vritti Nirodha Kada Drashta Swarupe Sthan. Drashta, what do we see? If we see into it just trauma, then it breaks. If we see into it just artha, what's in it for me, what's the benefit for me, it does not hold under all circumstances. If we see into it dharma, then it is liberating. Dharma is moksha. So the purpose, the meaning, is not just to do with the circumstances, but it's to do with what perspective we bring into any action. And this perspective is in our hands. And this perspective is linked to a narrative. The personal narrative that we invest in, and that gets enhanced when we link it with the larger grand narrative that the civilization provides. This is what Mahabharata represents, where it provides the best practices in terms of narrative that can individually enhance your life, also collectively enhance for everybody. Then we see value to that pursuit. That is the power. And this is beautifully illustrated even in the barest of circumstances through deep philosophy. For example, in Sanat Sujatiya Parva, Rishi Sanat Sujata is invited by Vidura at the behest of Raja Dhritarashtra. So Raja Dhritarashtra, as you already know, he's the father of all the Kaurava princes. And he is rattled by all that is happening and he is extremely worried with the problem of death. What will happen to my children? What will happen to everything? He is rattled. And he does not find peace of mind. When he does not find peace of mind, he turns to Vidura. He has another advisor who is called Kanika, who is the cause of the loss of peace of mind. That is called Kanika Niti. Vidura Niti, Kanika Niti. Niti, strategy, nevertheless, political strategy. But one provides a win-win situation, and another provides a, even if I don't win, you should lose. You can now, if we look at the worldwide strategies adopted, Mahabharata provides a perspective on what country uses what strategy, and this is essential knowledge. Vidura is that appropriate political strategy which upholds dharma, which prevents adharma. And this everyone needs to understand, because now we are faced with news which can rattle our mind, which creates non-linearity and it's incomprehensible what is happening. We need the appropriate perspective to be able to understand who is who, what is going on, and how does dharma get upheld. So, this is a very practical aspect. So, even for death, Rishi Sanat Sujata, when he is invited, he clearly mentions that there is no concept of death. Death comes from pramada. Very interesting perspective. This is from a great Rishi who does not belong to the Bhuloka. Very interesting again. So there is live communication with multiple lokas. And this is not mythology. This is itihasa. And it has deep wisdom embedded to it. And wisdom in terms of a proper understanding of reality. That is what we call as the Hindu worldview. It's an offering to the world which even helps us come to terms with as great a loss as death, as great a problem as death, and not just a shallow harmonizing, but in-depth analysis. What is the root cause? A root cause analysis is provided, and that is very helpful for handling any challenge that we face in the world now. Similarly, if we see the case of, so there is the philosophical aspect. It's filled with moksha, concepts of moksha. If we look at personal dilemmas, personal, calamities, deep calamities where the sense of identity itself is shattered. Take the case of Ma Draupadi. So Draupadi Devi is dragged into the Sabha, which is supposed to uphold justice. And she is a Maharani. As far as the Rajasuya Yajna happens, she's been, Abhishek has been done. So, imagine now, let's say, in a Congress, or in a Parliament, which is supposed to uphold justice, an international women leader is dragged in, and such abominable things are performed that will lead to war. So even in the midst of personal challenges, how to face life, she turns to Bhagavan Krishna, bhakti. And that's a very important thing. When your mind is rattled, what do you turn towards? That shows the mettle, the character of who you are. That shows strength. Strength lies in turning towards Bhagavan, bhakti. Individual, philosophical. Similarly, how Raja Yudhishthira handles political dharma, Bhagavan Krishna handles political niti. Those illustrate how as a nation, how we need to proceed. So these are clear frameworks that inform the narrative that guides individual life, establishing a sense of strong values, the proper vision, perspective, worldview, and that leads to global harmony. And Bharat as Vishwaguru is rightly positioned to guide the world with the right world, values. Even something as mundane as a G20 summit had a theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Nobody else has promoted such a theme. The whole world is one family. These are narratives that are very important for the current reality, especially when there is so much non-linearity, and hence it creates so much confusion. Everybody is doing so much. The world is changing so fast, and hence all the input that we gain from earlier classroom would be one way. It used to be linear. You would go to a library and do some research. If the books are not there will be interlibrary loan. All that is gone. Now, all the time feeds are there. And you can ask to your personal agentic assistant any question that you want, and it will provide it. You take Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, Quen, and more. Now Sarvam, so much more is coming. And that's where, as Bharat, when we provide the right knowledge bases, the right worldview to even AI agents, that becomes very critical to inform us, and that helps make us understand what this reality is and not destabilize our life. All the developments, all the exciting developments need not create destabilization. Non-linearity need not be incomprehensible, and that is the message of the Hindu worldview. And that we are Bhagyadaris. So who is to take it forward then? All of us together. Thank you. Namaste.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm not going to summarize too much, but interestingly, the framework for spiritual care that is given us is Purushartha, Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha, and these 4 life goals are not externally imposed, but they can be internalized. This is one of the messages I got from this presentation. Especially when he says, how do I perceive myself and how it collectively can enhance the lives of all. He also moved towards the strategic decision making at corporate level as well as work level, and actually concluding with by saying a Hindu worldview can help towards global harmony. So as reflective questions I had in mind, in the Mahabharata, care often takes the form of moral dialogue in the midst of conflict. How does this reshape spiritual care as ethical discernment? And the second one was, if dharma is contextual and contested, what does this imply for formalized spiritual care models that rely mainly on standardized interventions? Now we will move to the third speaker, Professor Varanasi, who will talk about Ramchik Manas and spiritual care. The link, especially the link that I see is to devotion, bhakti, role modeling, emotional refinement. It can be linked to informal and non-formal care through the rituals, the storytelling, the katha, the singing, which can be very helpful for emotional regulation through devotion. So I would like to invite you, please, for the presentation.
On the dais, we have got various colleagues, Dr. Shravan Ranvi, Shri Aditya Narayan Venkatachalam ji, Professor Anil Maheshwari ji, and so many of my soulmates are there sitting in front of me. I will not be able to take each individual name, but of course the way Dr. Puneet ji has coordinated everything, and right from the beginning I see that the commitment of Dr. Ankur ji, Dr. Pallavi ji into these areas of exploration of Indian insight into management. My sincere respect to all of you. Time is limited, so about 18 minutes left for me. And the topic is Ramcharitmanas in spiritual care. And I am the second last speaker of this session. And I came to know that last speaker is not speaking on any particular scripture, but talking on, let's say, on personal finance. So I am the last speaker who is focusing on a scripture. And with permission of my two very revered speakers earlier, I'll go back to those two books also very quickly so that young generation can understand. This is a general knowledge question. Which is the shortest book in volume-wise? Volume-wise, which is the smallest book with deepest, fathomless depth and profundity in the world? Which is that book? Size में बहुत छोटा, गहराई में सबसे अधिक. Answer? Answer is? उपनिषद. कठोपनिषद. चलिए, मैं उत्तर बता देता हूँ, उत्तर विवाद नहीं करेंगे हम लोग. The answer is basically Patanjali Yoga Sutra. It has only 196 sutra, and only one sutra is so long, it needs second line to be written, so that only in 197 lines you have 196 sutra. And if you type in font 14 with font 14 in Devanagari, you can write the entire book in its original sutra only in 4 pages. Now the book which can be written in 4 pages, that book requires I can say 5 to 10 bucks also may not be sufficient to understand that book, because that book explains the gamut of journey from deepest darkness to the brightest illumination. And Patanjali Yoga Sutra also talks about various layers of samadhi. With permission of sir, I would like to say I don't know much about that, but it talks about asampragyat samadhi, sampragyat samadhi, sabhij samadhi, nirvil samadhi. Even samadhi has its own, let us say, subtler and subtler openings, and at the deepest level it takes you to. कौन सी ऐसी किताब होगी? भारत भूमि ने ऐसी किताब पैदा की. Only in 196 sutra you make a full journey from deepest darkness to the highest degree of illumination. Secondly, which is the biggest book volume-wise of the world? सबसे बड़ी किताब साइज में कौन सी है दुनिया की? महाभारत. तो संयोग से वो हमारी दूसरी पुस्तक थी जिस पर हम चर्चा कर रहे थे. About 1,300,000 shlokas are there. And once I decided, like a humble reader like me decided, I should not die before reading Mahabharata in its original, with its original sutra, and meaning either in Hindi or in English, in which I am equally weak. So, I allotted a time budget of 4 hours per week just to read Mahabharata. जिसको कहते हैं that I will, मैं अपनी आंखें गुजारूंगा उन पंक्तियों से, मध्यम गति से, with medium pace. I keep reading that sutra in Sanskrit and the meaning in English and Hindi, not interpretation, only meaning. And 4 hours per week time budget. It took me 14 months to complete one reading of Mahabharata, with a claim that I have not understood Mahabharata. बस एक बार आंखें गुजारी, लेकिन उसका फायदा ये हुआ कि completely for about 14 years, including my stay at NITI Mumbai, which is now IIM Mumbai, being associate professor there, and being professor since 2004 at IIM Indore. For 14 years, I taught one elective course, which was named a bit differently, but later on it got crystallized by acronym the name of my elective course has been, which I taught for more than a decade, is Bliss, Behavioral and Leadership Insights from Sanskrit Scriptures. And while reading Mahabharata, or by passing my eye contact with original lines of many scriptures, later on I could publish a book of about 630 pages. That title of the book is Management Sutras in Sanskrit Scriptures. And it is in raw form, it is just compilation, no interpretation. But at one place, I could get the insight of 210 various dimensions of management. Because being a student of management, I was reading with an eager's eye to extract relevant issues about various aspects of management. 210 chapters emerged and around 2200 sutras emerged. Under one topic there may be only 3 sutras somewhere, but in some other topic there may be 51 sutra also. So like that, this humble contribution was there. Anyway, I am coming to Ramcharitmanas. Now Patanjali Yoga Sutra is mainly devoted to Dhyan, and Mahabharata is mainly devoted to Jnana and also Karma. But everything is there in Mahabharata, because 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita is also in Mahabharata, which is basically Jnana Yoga. So you can't say that Mahabharata does not have focus on Jnana. But in totality, Mahabharata is more towards, let us say, Jnana and Karma. Patanjali Yoga Sutra is mainly towards Dhyan, and Ramcharitmanas is mainly towards Bhakti, Karma and Jnana. Dhyan is also there, but Tulsidas many times emphasizes that you take the name of Ram and Dhyan will be as, let us say, as side effect, good side effect it will be happening. So, now I will not go to other scriptures, but only to Ramcharitmanas. Now Ramcharitmanas, its concluding part was written at a place which is known as none other than Asi Ghat of Kashi, which is around 2.5 kilometers maybe or 3 kilometers from here. There the concluding part was written. And it was surprising, I found a parallel. In order to write Samvidhan of India, Constitution of India, we took time between 2.5 years to 3 years. And about similar time was taken for completing Ramcharitmanas. These are just to ignite interest in the young mind about the book. And it is said, Tulsidas did not lift pen to write even a line unless he perhaps celebrated his 71 or 72nd birthday. लिखा ही कुछ इंतजार किया. Perhaps you are also following. We should learn anything good from anywhere in the world. And a Chinese proverb says, read more, write less. To great extent, I agree with that statement. Unfortunately, some of us have shifted to otherwise now. That read less and write more. And what kind of writing is going on that we can understand. Read more and write less. So after 72 years of sadhana, jnana, karma, and you can find that Tulsidas might have traveled to various parts of the country. He has used a word called Johar 14 times in Ramcharitmanas, and Johar is a word which is used in some part of Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand to say salutation, pranam, namaskar, what is called in Tamil, vanakkam, what is called namaskar in either Karnataka or in Andhra Pradesh, and what is called pranam or namaskar in Hindi. That is Johar. Johar is a highly respectful word, exchange of salutation, and Tulsidas must have visited those places of Sarguja or Dardangal, must have, otherwise he cannot learn Johar. See his traveling, see his sadhana, see his reading, and then he started writing. And Ramcharitmanas takes 7 steps, 7 sopan, from Balkand to Uttarkand. And I will not go into some general knowledge part, but it is very interesting to find that Balkand is the biggest chapter because he is creating a ground to write the glory of Ram, creating a ground. Similarly, my dear students, those who are doing research, and you will be doing research every day, of course, and PhD means the beginning of research. A researcher creates a ground background. A teacher's, a researcher's job is like job of a farmer, and I think the toughest part of the farmer's job is to create the land. Create the land, proper land where the soft soil is there and preparation has been done. Then seed will be sown, then the water will be irrigated, then sunlight provision would be met, all these things. So, Bhagavan creates that situation that he would now make his journey forward for having Ram Gurudhan, and then goes to Ayodhya. It is said, some knowledgeable persons who know Ramcharitmanas say that second part of Ayodhya, the Tulsidas as poet was at his top, because when he describes the Chitrakoot, Varnan, and the Milan of Bharat and Ram, some scholars of Ramcharitmanas will say, you can't put masti mein Tulsidas, sorry. Then Aranyakand, which is one of my favorite chants, because Aranyakand is generally not so quoted, and then I went deeper into it and I found that Aranyakand, when it talks about, say, various instances, and it begins basically with Ram going to Atri Muni ashram, and when Ram, Lakshman and Sita are leaving Chitrakoot, at that point of time Aranyakand starts. And the lessons given by Atri to Ram, or let's say the wife of Atri, what is her name? A great person, Anusuyaji's lesson to husband. Some women I have found, when I explained them, they said it is too much, because they said that you should accept husband in whatever form he is. But anyway, there can be debate. So Aranyakand, the Kishkinda is the smallest Kand, and Ram Hanuman Milan is described there, Sundarkand, Lankakand, Uttarakand. So I'm not just going into just counting something like that, it is the general knowledge part, but let me take up some issues connected to 25 factors around which this whole conference is rotating about. Which are those 25 factors? VUCA, 4 factors, BANI, 4 factors, 8, plus 17 factors of SDG, so 25 factors. But I know that in these 20 minutes, I will not be able to relate to a matrix that this inside of Ramcharitmanas is addressing SDG goal number 4, which is education, or goal number 1, which is poverty, or let's say hunger. So I will not be able to do that, but I will give you some insight. And Ramcharitmanas should be sung, and then it should be basically understood. So I will recite lines in small pieces. You also recite with me. Just enjoy. And this line is not from Ramcharitmanas. This is from Dohavali, again, wonderful Kriti of Tulsidas. Please sing with me. I will just try. I'm not a good singer. I don't know grammar of singing, but I love singing. भाई तोता जो अमरूद खाता है अमरूद का गाँव वो केमिस्ट्री जानता है क्या? खा रहा है मस्ती में. वैसे गाना नहीं जानते गाएंगे. गाएगा भाषा. कहत कठिन समुझत कठिन, कहत कठिन साधत कठिन विवेक, साधत कठिन विवेक, हो ही गुणाक्षर न्याय जो, हो ही गुणाक्षर न्याय जो, त्यों प्रत्यूह अनेक, त्यों प्रत्यूह अनेक. Tulsidas ji says, and my dear, especially young friends, talking on Hindu insight, Indian insight is not a joke. Sometimes I think for 10 years we should not speak anything on Indian insight in conference. Only on 11th year we should start speaking, because that more and deeper work into Indian insight, exploring that, will actually bring something precious in the 11th year. हम बहुत ज़्यादा बोलते हैं. और यहाँ तुलसीदास क्या कह रहे हैं? कहत कठिन. That to say the elemental truth, कहत कठिन. It is difficult to explain, to speak. कहत कठिन. समझत कठिन. Understanding is also difficult. साधत कठिन विवेक. And with wisdom, practicing these insight is further difficulty. And if sometime with some individual who is fortunate also has started understanding or implementing or being able to explain in toto as it is, जिसको यथारूप भी कहते हैं, then it is just a probability. गुणाक्षर न्याय, कोई गुणाक्षर न्याय जो. My dear friends, न्याय के बारे में कम से कम चले जाइएगा गूगल पे ही, न्याय, गुणाक्षर न्याय, काकतालीय न्याय, such knowledge is not available even in, I have seen, I have also books of French proverb or German proverb or Hindi proverb, so nowhere न्याय based proverbs are there, so many. तो गुणाक्षर न्याय क्या है? गुणाक्षर न्याय is like when termite many times starts eating the wooden material, isn't it? Termite starts destroying. And the way they destroyed is a geometrical design created. And by chance, once it happened, that termite was eating away the wooden material in such a way that typical shape of Om was created. Sometimes let us say Ram was created. Now termite did not know that I have to create the shape of Om. It just happened. Just happened. It means deeper understanding of profound knowledge just happens by His grace. We say we do effort. Please understand, without effort, you will not get success. But only with effort, again, success is not guaranteed. So what is the beauty of putting the best effort? Best effort only increases the probability of success. So effort is invitation letter to success, not a warrant letter. And this has been said many times in Ramcharit Manas also. And Ramana Maharshi also said that. Kartu agyaya praptate phalam. Karm kim param? Karm ka jada. तुम क्या समझते हो? कर्म सबसे परम है? लेकिन ये बात जानिएगा, such kind of statement only those are eligible to speak and listen who have put their best effort, then you listen to all these. ये काम से भागने वालों के लिए ये नहीं है. Put your best effort and then say and claim, only through my best effort I cannot get success. So not doing karma is guarantee of failure. Doing the best possible quality, most quality oriented karma is also not guarantee of success, because there is a space for the grace of the cosmos, will of the cosmos. Hari Ichha. Hari Ichha अगर हम समर्पित हो जाएं, what in Bhagavad Gita it is said, सर्व धर्मान परित्यज्य माम एकम शरणम व्रजो, क्या कह रहे हैं? That if you devote yourself totally to me, then you become nirbhar. That's why Hanuman is said, nirbhar prem magan Hanumana. हनुमान जी की भक्ति में प्रेशर नहीं है, कब भक्ति करेंगे, कैसे होगा, मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, कुछ नहीं. निर्भर प्रेम, निर्भर होकर प्रेम करते हैं हनुमान. क्यों करते हैं? Because he has offered service to Ram. So it is difficult path, but I will tell you, once you take interest on exploring scriptures, you will find exploring scripture is so juicy. There are two types of sweet meats. One is rasgulla, juicy outside, juicy inside. Some books are like that, but the scriptures are a little harder outside, like guava, or like let's say some other kheer kadam kind of mithai, which is a little harder outside, shell is a little harder, inside is juicy. Why scriptures are not juicy outside also? Because scriptures are empathetic and they want that if you are attracted by some entanglements here and there and you are enjoying lower level of joy, I'll let you enjoy that only. Why I should disturb? Scriptures never want to disturb you. एक संत ने हमसे पूछा कि ईश्वर सबका रखवाला है, तो एक पियक्कड़ नाली में गिर जाता है, नाली में गिरने से रोका क्यों नहीं ईश्वर ने? मेरा उत्तर था, अच्छा नहीं था, खराब था, पता नहीं, उत्तर ये था, नाली में गिरते हुए नहीं रोकना, ईश्वर ने मर्यादा दी उस मनुष्य को कि जो चाहो तुम कर सको, मैं बाधा नहीं बनूंगा इन योर प्रॉब्लम. दैट इज द ब्यूटी. तो आप देखिए, अंतिम दो बातें, समय निकला जा रहा है, 2-3 मिनट और है, हाफ मिनट है, ठीक है, देखिए. तो एक बात कर सकते हैं, दशरथ जी had left his mortal quiet because of pain he could not bear, separation with Ram. And Dasharath ji, and as per Ramcharit Manas, Dasharath ji, Bharat ji and Lakshman ji comes from maternal uncle's house, maternal grandparents' house. Finds father is no more, and then Vashisth is consoling Bharat and says, सुना हूं भरत भावी प्रबल, बिना ही कहे हो मुनिनाथ. सुनहु भरत भावी प्रबल बिलख कहूं मोहिनाथ हानि लाभ जीवनु मरण यश अपयश विधि हाथ. This is one of the deepest prasanga of Ramcharitmanas. रामचरितमानस की इस प्रसंग से आपको आंसुओं की धार से गुजरनी पड़ सकती है, लेकिन जिस ज्ञान में वाह हो तो अच्छा माना जाता है, जिसमें आ हो और भी अच्छा माना जाता है. और शेरो शायरी का भी वही जो है वो फर्क है, जिसमें आ निकले. अब क्या कह रहे हैं? सुनो भरत भावी प्रबल. Even if you do your best in your life, because this we are talking about spiritual care, and many times we feel I have done my best, did not get, others are getting. We live in comparison. तो स्वीकार का भाव है the deepest, let us say, emotion of acceptance, that is very important. सुना हो भरत भावी प्रबल बिलख कहो मोहिना हानि लाभ जीवन मरण, that is loss or the gain, and जीवन and मरण. My one question is that have we chosen our parents? जीवन के बारे में कह रहा हूं. Have we chosen my mother, my father? Have I chosen a human body? Have I chosen my height? Have I chosen my skin color? Have I chosen my date of birth? Have I chosen my parental place or maternal place? Biggest things are given as gift. Small things, you say, I want to move this spectacle case from here to there. Only have the takat honi chahiye, that also comes from the kripa of God. So, in most difficult time, we can find that Patanjali Sutra or Mahabharata or Ramcharitmanas, in most difficult time of life, what is the remedy given there? And that's why Ramcharitmanas has been called as Bheshaj, that is medicine, aushadhi of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the presenters. It was really interesting. So much knowledge, and to give them 20 minutes, it feels so bad, but I have to carry it in this way. And I'm very much appreciating the fact that Anil took 20 minutes, Adina and he took 90 minutes, and he took 22 minutes. So it was all equal. And since the computer here the system was not working, we will move downstairs for the last speaker, which will be an ABLT1. But before moving there, we would like to thank all the presenters here. A big applause for them.
Before moving downstairs, we would like to felicitate our guests for this truly enriching and insightful session. Being a research scholar myself, I can say on behalf of all my colleagues that what an insightful session it was. As a token of our appreciation, may I request Swasti ma'am to kindly felicitate our chair of this session, Professor Sharda Nandaram. I would now like to request Puneet sir to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Anil K. Maheshwari. I would like to request Puneet sir once again To felicitate our keynote speaker, Sri Adi Narayanan Venkatachalam. I would like to request Puneet sir once again to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Pawan Singh. Thank you everyone. Now we will be taking the session downstairs in ABIT 1, where all of you are welcome to join us. Our fourth speaker will be joining us there, Dr. Harsh Purohit. Thank you everyone.
कहीं नहीं जाएंगे।
He is online already? Okay. It is on. He says it's on. Good. So while the others are coming downstairs, I would like to invite Professor Harsh Purohit to give his presentation on spiritual perspectives in personal finance. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. I would just share my screen. Please tell me if you are able to see my screen that I'm trying to share. So are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you for confirming this. And please also confirm if you are able to see the transition in the slides.
We see the slides and we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. And are you able to see the transition in the slides? That is, I'm changing
Yes.
the slides.
Yes, we saw it. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes,
So
please,
that
please
means
go ahead.
good. So
Yes.
very nice to be here. So I start with the shlok. Omkaram bindu sanyuktam nityam dhyanti yogina kamadam mokshadam chev omkaraya namo namah. So it is the Omkar which is the source of all the energy, and everyone worships whether one wants materialistic gains or one wants the spiritual gains. Now, I'm so delighted to be here in this conference. I could not come personally, but it is very nice that the organizers allowed me to present online and share my perspectives. So I would speak on spiritual perspectives in personal finance. And I convey my gratitude to IIT BHU and this conference, this symposium, this is organized. I think it's a wonderful initiative. And thanks to all the organizers and particularly Professor Sharda Nandaramji and all team members for organizing this international symposium. So I would speak about the cultural perspectives and the spiritual insights which are related to money and wealth management in our scriptures. It is mentioned in Yajurved as quoted by Sri Guru Gita that Tamev Vidvita Ati Mrityu Meti Nanyah Pantha Vidyate Anai. So what it means is that only by knowing the Param Brahm one can get the eternal happiness, that is the moksha. Further, it is mentioned that Guru se badkar shishya nahi koi jag mahi, Guru bin moksha na hoye, nigma gam gai, Om Jai 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 Gurudev. And also, Dhyan Moolam Guru Murti, Puja Moolam Guru Padam, Mantra Moolam Guru Vakyam, Moksha Moolam Guru Kripa. So, when I speak about the personal finance, which we all know is concerned about managing money, a shlok comes, Vidyadhanam Balanchevya, Tesham Bhagya Nirathakam, Yesham Guru Prapti Nasti, Yesham Guru Krapa Nasti, Ado Gachanti Parvati. So it is said in the Guru Gita, हे पार्वती जिस पर गुरु की कृपा नहीं है उसके विद्या धन बल भाग्य सर्व निरर्थक हैं, उसकी अधोगति होती है. सो हम यहाँ पर ये देखते हैं कि जो धन है, धन के बारे में जो बात होती है कि धन आपके पास आना और धन आपके पास स्थिर रहे, इससे संबंधित हमारे आध्यात्म में जो विचार हैं वो काफी गहरे हैं. ऑल्सो if we keep in mind the Western perspective would focus more on having a great amount of wealth, that is the monetary wealth, and a wonderful health. So for a Western thinker, maybe 200 years of great health and $1 billion in the account will be the ultimate. But for an Indian thinker, it is not so, because there the key concept is the moksha. Also, if we see some ancient scriptures, for example, if we talk about Ramayana, Angad told Raman that there are 14 states which are equivalent to death, and one of that was if someone is highly poor or if someone is highly a miser. So that is also considered equivalent to death. In our scriptures, the money has been attributed with accumulation, earning, spending, giving away, that is dan. And there also the sattvic dan is given the most importance. Shukracharya also mentioned that wealth should be used for certain purposes like dharma, own self, augmenting current wealth, routine expenses, etc. And similarly, we find so many insights from Rig Veda in which the service to the Devtas, to God, to the ancestors, other humans, and other creatures is considered as the core function of money. So there are several insights. What I want to mention is that there are several insights in our scriptures related to money. But what we find is that the personal finance is more understood still in the Western perspective. So for some years, we are working on the Bharti model of personal finance, where we have also published some Scopus papers, and a couple of doctoral researches have been also awarded. And it's good to note that some projects are also awarded by the ministries on this. So this is what I want to present in my talk. So I would like to talk about that why the personal finance in the conventional context may not be suitable in India, and particularly as we have the great Sanatan context. And the Bharti model also talks about the super long run. Now, super long run, so in economics, we talk about short run, long run, but I think the super long run, the moment we start thinking about the prarabdha and the concept of rebirth, that is punarjanam, then the super long run in the perspective of Lakshorasi comes into the picture. So the Bharti model also talks about the super long run also. And obviously, as we have done some research in this area of the Bhartiya model of personal finance, so there can be more research opportunities in the future for those who are interested. So the backdrop of personal finance is that the conventional model says that you need money for a great financial future, for well-being of everyone. And also there are a lot of talks about financial independence. However, the financial independence concept, which is given more prominence, is more uh, uh, relevant in the Western perspective, because in India we also have the joint families. So thereby it is more the well-being that is important in the Indian perspective. Now, our cultural texts have warned us from accumulating too much of money if it is not used in the dharmic uh, way. However, Bhagwan Krishna's lesson to Pandavas from the overflowing wells and the dry wells that one can find out if one tries to Google what happened after Mahabharata when the Pandavas asked Bhagwan Krishna about the future, that is the Kali Yuga. So that is a very powerful lesson in the terms of people with lot of wealth would do little for those who require it. And the conventional personal finance says think long term, but Bharti model asks, what about the super long term? That is, what about one is no more in this world? So the conventional model may say that money says, save me today, I will save you tomorrow. But the Bharti model says, please remember, I would not accompany you when you are no more in this world. But if you are able to earn some punya points by my proper usage and the earning and the accumulation and the distribution and the dan, then my goodness can go with you. Also, in some of our Puranas and Upanishads, and particularly in the Rudrayamal Tantra, a concept of Ashtalakshmi is mentioned, which is also quite relevant as far as the personal finance is concerned. So in Ashtalakshmi, we mention about 8 divine manifestations of the Devi Mata Lakshmi, which give us holistic prosperity, which is just beyond money. So just money would be just monetary in nature. But having said this, what we talk about in the form of wealth could be many other forms of wealth. So this is a very powerful concept of Ashtalakshmi that we view in different Puranas and the Upanishads. So coming to the Bharti model of personal finance, that is in this perspective. So we believe that this model is required because there is a requirement to think about things beyond monetary wealth, that is the wealth of wisdom, and also the devotion wealth, that is the bhakti dhan. And I think it is mentioned in the Ramcharitmanas, if we see the communication between Bhagwan Ram and Kak Bhushandi, then the concept comes of Bhakti Dhan, and where Bhagwan Ram tells Kak Bhushandi that the best thing in the world is that one should do bhakti. And there are many stories also about money and wealth in our ancient texts which provide the insights. For example, if we dive into Mahabharata, then there is a golden mongoose story that gives us a wonderful perspective of Satvik Dan. And also, as I mentioned, that in Ramcharitmanas, the story of Kak Bhushandi, whom Bhagwan Sri Ram asked what is his desire, and then he asked for the bhakti. And also the devotion wealth focus of many saints like Devi Mirabai, Devi Shabri, Sri Ramakrishna Paramhans, that also gives us insights on the Bhakti Dhan. So dear friends, in this perspective, the Bharatiya model of personal finance is interwoven around the components. So the components are many conventional in nature, but there is an addition of Satvik Dan into it. Then we see the cultural perspective in which the Purusharth, that is, Purusharth is a person with wisdom. So that's Purusharth. So, and the different ashrams that we talk about, right from the Brahmacharya to the Vanaprastha, and the four Rinas, the Shubhlab concept, the Lok Sangra concept, with the foundation of Karmafal and rebirth, is also one of the component of the Bharati model of personal finance. Also, the purpose of existence. So, a renowned professor in Indian management, Professor Subhash Sharma, talks about a higher order purpose of existence, HOPE. So, with that, we can build up the lower order purpose of existence, medium order purpose of existence, higher order purpose of existence, and also something which can be beyond the higher order purpose of existence, which I thought could be the ultra higher order purpose of existence, when God decides to make you a guru. Because the guru is one, Bhausagar se kargahi, kare parli param, Om Jai 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 Gurudev. So purpose of existence, and also the sustainability, Sarve Sukhinha Santu, that we all agree. So these all combined together makes the Bharati model of personal finance, which helps in building monetary wealth, wisdom wealth, and the devotion wealth. So the Bharati model of personal finance is the one which could be further researched, and I believe that it has the potential to come to the state where the world can follow us, or as we talk about, going from Harvard to Haridwar. So in the components of the Bharati model, Satvik Dan stands apart. But apart from that, the conventional model can also be relooked in the cultural perspective. For example, in the retirement planning, the Western model is the more is better. But if we see the Bharati perspective, then as the time goes along, one should reduce one's needs. And if one is able to do that, one would need lesser money post-retirement. And the perspective of life post-retirement would be different because of the ashram system. So thereby, the entire personal finance in the Indian perspective needs to be reseen in a new way. So there are a few points that I would like to mention related to this because the time is short, that the Bharati model starts with a self-assessment and introspection, thanking God that one is born as a human being, as we say that Bade Dhan Bhag Manush Tan Pawa. Also, it is important to understand the merit of differentiating the traditional and the Bharatiya perspective so that one is able to live better in the cultural context of our nation. The third, the Bharati model says that the personal finance should begin with Satvik Dan. The Western model says that first invest, then spend. The Bharati model says first do Dan. That's what our mother does. The first chapati is for Gomata. So first do Dan and then come to the other things. And therefore, Sri Ganeshaya Nama, as we say, the Satvik Dan, the Satvik start, is the best start as far as managing the personal finances is concerned. The next point is that money has its own limits in benefiting us. There is so much written on what money can buy and what money cannot buy. But the Bharti model helps us to blend both materialism and spirituality. That is, on one side, we can go along with our Purushar, Dharma, Kam, Moksha, but also, we keep in mind that it is basically the base of spirituality which is important for the holistic well-being. Also, as the time progresses, one should control one's senses and reduce the needs is, I think, the best way to think about sustainability. Also, to be satisfied with what we get and be dissatisfied with what we deliver. That is also important. And if we need to go for the spirit of continuous growth, prayers, meditation, yogasana, pranayam, they would help us in taking the perspective of life in a better way and identifying what is the right path for us. And here, some years back, I conceptualized this model which captures few things of Bhagavad Gita that is called as the ABCD model of Bhagavad Gita, where A stands for action, B for benevolence or the gratitude, C for courage, D for devotion, E for emotional detachment. So following different marks, but the goal is oneness with God. And also, as per the Bharti model, it is very important to understand the digital, legal, and the cyber perspectives in the cultural context. And there, some time back, I also conceptualized the Bharti model of digital literacy. Anyway, so this point I have already mentioned that money says, save me today, I will save you tomorrow. But I will not go with you when you are no more, but my goodness can provide it. You can use me following the Bharti culture. And also following the Purusharth, Ashram Vyavastha, 4 Rinas, Shubh Labh, Lok Sangrah, they would help us in the super long run. And maybe that can also ensure that we don't take the next birth. So to conclude, the Bharti model, which is interwoven around sustainability and components and the culture and the purpose of existence, helps us in thinking beyond the monetary aspect of money. And thereby, I feel that these spiritual insights are required to be known by everyone, not just in our country, but also across the world. And once people realize the merit, I think they would be able to be more relaxed and would be able to find the true meaning of life. Because if we talk about anything in the context of money, then it is more likely that people will listen to us because we are talking in terms of money. So that's all that I have. Maybe if there are some questions, I can take them up. So over to you, organizers.
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring to see how different scriptures have been at the root of this development of the Bhartiya model. Actually, we have only 2 minutes left before we go for the lunch. So is there anyone with any particular question?
Yeah, I understand there was a lot of time that went into shifting the session from one room to other, but very quickly you could do that. So that's very nice.
जी, एक क्वेश्चन आपने बहुत अच्छा किया ये मनी से वेल्थ को मनी प्लस दोनों चीज कर दिया डिवोशन एंड द विजडम हाउ अबाउट हेल्थ पहला सुख निरोगी काया उसको क्यों नहीं आप धन मानते हैं अगर आप डिवोशन को मानते हैं और विजडम को मानते हैं
Yes, so that is also there. So I think it can be incorporated. Very nice.
Okay, then I would like to close this session and thanking you, Professor Hars Purohit, for this wonderful session. And I would like to thank all the others in this part of the first academic panel session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and my best wishes for this symposium.
Good, good. Thank you so much. On behalf of you, we will ask Dr. Ankur Joshi to receive the mementos. Go to banana. I think that now it's time to move to the lunch, which will
Thank you
happen
very much.
outside. Downstairs, outside. We are downstairs already. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
short time and at least to show you some nice pictures. So the Franciscan approach, and also I will show you two major working models, practical realization of the Franciscan and the Buddhist care for nature. That's might be interesting. So first, the Franciscan view of nature. You know, Saint Francis of Assisi, Francesco d'Assisi in Italian, and he is considered in the West, in Christianity, especially in the Catholic Church, he is considered as really the patron saint of ecology, and for a good reason. This is a painting by Giotto in Assisi, the Basilica d'Assisi, and this famous painting, Francesco preaching to the birds, not just to humans, to the birds. That's a fantastic symbolic things, and we will see how he wanted to include natural beings in the kingdom of God. So this ecological ethics by St. Francis says that we should approach natural beings, animals and other beings, with compassion and love. And also our economy or economic models should reflect this attitude. But there are preconditions, and I try to. Yeah. So he was famous of promoting material poverty, something a voluntary poverty, because he believed, and all the Franciscans believed that they should live a God-centered life, and these God-centered lives can create opportunities for us for spiritual growth and development. But the main point, and this is similar to Buddhism, the main point is that a restricted material orientation. In modern terms, we can call it frugality, and this kind of frugal consumption and frugal living seems to be a precondition, a requisite for human happiness and also for preserving nature. Modern psychological research proved that. So St. Francis, more than 800 years ago, was fantastic, was a genius to develop this insight. We should restrict our material desires, live a simple life in order to love and preserve nature. So in modern terms, Pope Francis, his famous encyclical Laudato Si. Laudato Si is a direct reference to St. Francis of Assisi, and this is something, a modern ecological encyclical of the Pope Francis, and he focusing on the intrinsic value of nature. So natural beings and natural ecosystems have intrinsic value in this view, independent from any usefulness of them for humans. So both individual natural beings and also supra-individual systems, ecosystems, forests or lakes or the ocean is good and valuable in itself because they are creature of God. So that's the main argument in the Franciscan view. That nature is part of the creature of God, and for this reason have intrinsic value, and we should approach nature and natural beings in this way. So this is this position. Now, the Buddhist is somehow similar, but having, of course, a very different metaphysics or ontology. So I focus on not the similarity, I would say the convergence, the converging views of these two positions. So the Buddhist, you are closer to Buddhist. So as you know, the basic principle of Buddhism is, the number one principle is that we should reduce suffering. But suffering of all beings, not just human beings, but also non-human beings. So this kind of a universal orientation of Buddhism beyond humanity is very, very important. And the basic insight of the Buddha was that in order to do this, we should minimize all desires, and we should eliminate all kind of attachment to things, attachment to human beings, even attachment to natural beings. Any kind of attachment should be eliminated. That's the basic position of the Buddha. So, just very shortly, just to recall the main ethical and ontological, but basically ethical reasons why a Buddhist person should care about nature. There are several reasons in this worldview. One is interdependence. The Buddhist believes that humans, animals, the environment are really form an interdependent system. So if we harm nature, finally we harm ourselves. Interdependence is the basic ontological proposition of Buddhism. Compassion and non-violence, karuna and ahimsa. We should use this in our relationship to nature, to ecosystems and individual natural beings. Mindfulness and the simple living. Simply living is similar to that of St. Francis of Assisi. We should reduce greed, material consumption, live a simple life, and via this we can minimize ecological destruction. In modern terms, we can minimize all ecological footprint. What is the interesting aspect in Buddhism is that nature is considered as a teacher of humanity. So I will show you a picture soon. A teacher. So finally, karma in Buddhism, not the Hindu concept of karma. As a Buddhist, we should work on a good karma in the next life, in our next life, and for this reason, we should do a lot of nice ethical actions toward the earth to get a good karma in next life. So, just very shortly, these are the main ethical duties, I would say, in Buddhism toward nature. So, just for a minute, entertain you and relax. You know this. This is the famous Bodhi tree in Bihar, India. And this is the tree, actually the third generation of the original Bodhi tree, under which the Buddha, more than almost 2,500 years ago, got awakening and liberation. This is the Bodhi tree, and among Buddhists, this is really sacred. This tree. This is the leaf. The leaf of the tree is also sacred. One time you can visit this place. It's fascinating. So, very shortly, some important working models. How to realize this in a larger scale, this Franciscan and Buddhist approach to sustainability. This is the Franciscan, the economy of Francesco. In Italy, this is a major project, economic project initiated by Pope Francis, inspired by St. Francis of Assisi. The headquarters is in Assisi and Rome. And this is a major project which aims to develop, to build a new economy based on friendship with nature and promoting peace. It's a new kind of economy, and this transformation is really needed, according to the Pope Francis, that we should go beyond this violent, destructive economy of today and develop a new one which really serves life, human and non-human life in every respect. This is a youth movement. So the Pope designed this movement for young people, young professionals, young economists, entrepreneurs, and social change makers, social leaders under 35. And also the civil economy paradigm is important here as a background, but we don't have enough time. But that was the first world gathering in 2022 in Assisi with the Pope and also with the Bishop of Assisi, Domenico Sorrentino, another famous figure in the Catholic Church. We were there in Assisi, and more than 1,000 young professionals, young people, Christian and non-Christian, were there for 3 days with the Pope and with the Bishop of Assisi, working on different projects. A lot of people from Latin America, not just Europe, but not just Christians. So that's a major project. I personally, my people involved in that, we are teaching in different occasions and working on different new economic and business models for them. So, economy of Francesco. Now, the Buddhist, and I stop soon. This is Bhutan. The Galapu Mindfulness City, maybe you heard about this, is not in the high Himalayas, it is at the Indian border of Bhutan. I will show you pictures. This is a major initiative by the King of Bhutan, Jigme Wanchuk, and this is probably this is one of the biggest and most ambitious sustainability project in the world. Just imagine, they want to build a new Singapore, in quotation marks, Singapore, a new kind of city, larger city area, which is dedicated to mindful living and sustainable business. It's a new kind of Singapore. not the, and they want to keep the Buddhist spiritual heritage and the unique Bhutanese identity and culture. And they want to capitalize on that and develop something very unique, spiritual and sustainable. But a large-scale project, some hundreds of thousands of people will live there in the next 2 decades. So it's the first stage of this development is 20 years. So this is just an illustration of the visual design of the Galapu Mindfulness City, designed by famous European architects, ecological architects from Denmark and other countries in Europe. There's a well documented thing, and they already started this construction. So some years ago, we can go there. The fifth king of Bhutan. So this is a fascinating project and something unique laboratory of new living and the new economy based on genuine Buddhist values. And we will see how successful will this project be in the next few years. I am also connected with this project and these people in Buddhist economics, teaching and action, so we will see. Conclusion, and I stop. So, summarizing the two positions, I would say the Franciscans care for nature because nature is part of creation of God. And we should take care of creation of God, and nature is part of that. The Buddhists have different reasons for doing that. They believe that natural beings, including animals and plants, have Buddha nature like we, human beings, have Buddha nature at the spiritual core of everything, the Buddha nature. So we should care for natural beings because they also have Buddha nature. And finally, in one sentence, Franciscans can be characterized with the universal brotherhood. That was St. Francis of Assisi's basic vision. Universal brotherhood, which include nature. Fraternity, in other words, a general fraternity, generalized fraternity, include nature. The Buddhists think that nature is a friend of us. And as a good friend, we should take care for this friend to be cherished. So thank you. I stop here. Sorry to be late with the technical problems, and that's it. Maybe the practical, the working models are interesting, not just blah blah blah. But these people are realizing these ideas, these visions, which require enormous creativity, or to realize these very nice, high-flying ideas in today's very complex and conflicting reality.
Yes. Thank you so much, Laszlo.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it is really adding to what we have talked about this morning, spiritual care and all these SDGs related to certain scriptures from Hinduism. Now we are enlarging and we're bringing the ecological perspective. So actually we can say that being aware, being mindful of the role of nature and your own positioning itself is a practice of spiritual care, probably.
Yeah,
So it is a spiritual care practice, being attentive, and all these projects that you are involved in are not just theory or frameworks deriving from Francisca's economy or Buddhist theories or Buddhist, inspiration, but they are being put in the real life practice to also go beyond that. How do you say? Becoming more kind of inspiration for the global society to address VUCA world, to address BANI experiences of people. This is what I take out of it. Yeah. Are there any questions? Do you have any questions? Anyone want to add anything?
Yeah.
Would it be good if we share your presentation with the others, the participants?
Thank you for your patience. And only one message not just for the young people, but for everybody, that the real challenge is how to translate this translational thing, like translational medicine, how to translate these things into concrete actions, and not just actions. Even more difficult thing, how to translate these ideas into working models, economic, business, and social working models. Because without this, these are just words, words, words.
Exactly.
Nothing, just blah, blah, blah. Concrete actions, concrete, new, creative business, social, and economic models. I think that's the major challenge of our life, our age, and our life. And we as professionals, we should try to do that, or we participate in this kind of promising, really new projects.
Exactly.
So I would encourage, especially young people, to be involved in actions and building new models, not to accommodate to the existing destructive, violent ones. No.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and wish you a good conference, and see you in Europe soon. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
in pregnancy and trying to understand the psychological correlates of spiritual health with other dimensions. Self-care is one of them. So beginning with it, I want to give a brief overview what spiritual health is. There is a difference between spiritual health and spirituality. Spiritual health is the objective component of health. It is one of the essential component that is there in WHO's health definition. And this component is helpful in providing an individual meaning and purpose of life. As we know, pregnancy is the transformational phase for woman's life, from womanhood to motherhood. That's the reason why understanding meaning and purpose of their life during pregnancy phase is essential. Now going to the theoretical framework, I have taken Fisher's model, which he gave in 2011, where he is talking about various domains with which spiritual health is specifically understood, and those domains are personal, communal, environmental, and transcendental. So personal domain specifically has awareness about self, that how much individual know who she or he is. The communal dimension is the interpersonal relationships individual is having and how they are maintaining and sustaining them. Environmental domain is the person's connection with nature, specifically the flora and fauna around, and how they are developing themselves with that connection. And transcendental is the faith, and that faith can be on religion, can be on other dimension that is available in their surroundings. So this is this model which has been taken into consideration. Talking about self-care, self-care is specifically the activities an individual is taking daily for their personal well-being, and that well-being is physical, emotional, social, and spiritual as well. So this self-care activities individual take not only helps in minimizing the risk of illness, but also helps in meeting the social and psychological needs that the individual is having in their day-to-day surroundings and life. Now, the model which has been taken into consideration for self-care is Orum's self-care deficit theory, wherein she talks about the agency of self-care and self-care demand in therapy, wherein there are certain needs she mentioned, and those needs are universal care needs, developmental self-care, which is maturational and situational, and health self-care need. Now, universal care needs are specifically spiritual in nature, wherein the individual required to develop their meaning and purpose through various activities to sustain their spirituality. Development self-care is based on the growth and development of an individual based on the ages they are in specific, and situational on the basis of circumstance. For example, here, pregnancy is a transformational phase, we know. Now here, what steps a lady is taking during the phase will have situational self-care domain that will be taken into consideration. And health self-care is the overall how the person is taking care of self in the overall health, for the development of overall health. So this model has been taken. Now when I talk about research method which has been taken, so I have taken 202 participants on the research, and within that participant range, 101 were in their first pregnancy, and the other rest were in the second pregnancy. Now second pregnancy is they are already a mother, now they are expecting the other child. So this was the differentiation. Now out of these total, the targeted population I reached in yoga centers and the hospitals where they were going. The convenient sampling was taken into consideration in the Gurugram district of Haryana. Now, the scales that had been taken were spiritual health assessment scale, which was given in 2014, and it assesses the spiritual well-being of an individual, the spiritual health through self-development, self-actualization, and self-realization. And this scale has 7 items in each of the subscale. It's the Likert scale, 1 to 5. Now, when I talk about self-care inventory, it was developed in 2022 by UCNE, and it has other domains, subdomains, which is self-care monitoring, self-care management, self-care maintenance, These are the three subscales that this particular inventory is having. Monitoring is how much person is regulating and recording whatever they are going through during the period, the time period they are in. Self-management is what steps they are taking for managing themselves, and self-maintenance, what's the consistency in maintaining themselves. Now, when we talk, I have taken these two scales for the purpose. Now, when I talk about spiritual health and the difference specifically in first and second pregnancy, spiritual health demonstrated a noticeable difference among pregnancies, which is showing decline from first pregnancy to second pregnancy. Now, based on the findings, it has been found that first-time mothers engage more in spiritual reflection as they are dealing with unfamiliar transition. In addition to this, when I was taking interview, one particular narrative that was coming from many of the ladies that were that I feel more connected with my birth mother, as in the mother who gave me birth. I was not having connection with my mother before I was pregnant. So this was during the first pregnancy. Now second pregnancy, women are more prepared. So when it comes to spiritual needs, it is showing a small decline when we compare it with the first pregnancy. So this is the difference in spiritual health. When we talk about self-care, there were no specific changes from first pregnancy to second pregnancy. The results were similar, uniformly aligned in both the pregnancies. Because when we talk about self-care specifically in pregnancy is considered, in the Indian context, the physical needs. And ladies usually visit their obstetrician for dealing with it. So self-care need in that specific monitoring assessment is taken care of. So it was showing the uniform result. Now when we compare self-care specifically, it reflected that when a woman is having health awareness, when the antenatal care protocols is taken into consideration, it helps in developing their pregnancy resilience. Because we have seen that postpartum pregnancy effect is there, so this is helpful in that. Now when we talk about the correlation, so this was the difference in first and second pregnancy. Okay, I will. So when I talk about correlation of spiritual health and self-care specifically, there is absence of significant correlation between these two variables. It is specifically highlighting that spiritual health is more internal, reflective, and it's the existential domain, wherein self-care is more of a behavioral and contextual understanding that the person goes through, and it is based on the lifestyle practices the individual is taking. So there was no significant correlation between it, but one significant finding that had been seen is that self-care is predictor of spiritual health in first pregnancy, not in second pregnancy. So this was another finding that was there, because first pregnancy often involve higher monitoring from mother side, other caregivers are also there, and she doesn't want to take any risk, so self-care is there, and she is more into spiritual practices. So maybe that's the reason why it was predicting. That is, it's a predictor in that particular case. Now, on the conclusion, I specifically want to highlight that the findings, the differences, correlation and prediction, it particularly showed that pregnancy is a very transformative phase for a woman, and it's a spiritual transformative phase that is happening. So first time mother, they often describe pregnancy as awakening. As a transition period from womanhood to motherhood, she starts taking responsibilities not towards self but someone who is developing within them, and that connection she feels. So this feeling is specifically when the life is created within her, develops the sense of connection, and this sense of connection helps the mother develop her meaning and purpose. So when I talk about the narratives that I have received through the interviews from the women, they are specifically saying the sense of responsibility and alignment, that yes, I am having some meaning in life, I have someone to take care for, and if I am having someone to take care for, that's the reason why I'm taking care of myself. So this was the essential narrative that came into picture. So this is where I end, but the study is essential specifically to understand Garb Sanskar as well, because Garb Sanskar in the Hindu tradition specifically highlights the various methods that the individual need to take for spiritual care. And if a woman is incorporating Garb Sanskar in the initial prenatal phase of the development of the fetus, then not only spiritual health, she can have more developed self-care and overall psychological well-being. So this is where I conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. Next we have Dr. Nidhi Yadav, online presentation.
Nidhi, are we audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Yeah.
You aren't audible. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. If possible, could you please switch on your video, on your camera?
Yeah, just done it. Yes.
I please request you to keep it within the time bound.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Should I start now? A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for giving
Ma'am,
me
you're not audible. You have to move this somewhere.
Yes, ma'am, now?
Ma'am, we're not audible.
Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to share this presentation. My
Ma'am, your mic is off.
Oh, ma'am, actually, I'm using.
We can't hear you.
Ma'am, I'm using another.
Ma'am, you are audible.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. We can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. So I'm proceeding with the presentation. My topic of the presentation is importance of role of a mother in shaping the journey of an individual towards cosmic mother. So here, a case study of few realized yogis or great humans. So I'm doing a postdoc under the ICCR, under the Professor Harsh, the Center for Indian Knowledge System, NIT Calicut. So why? So this work examines the role of motherhood within Indian knowledge systems as the foundational site of ethical and spiritual formation. I argue that the journey towards the realization of the cosmic mother begins not in the institutional education but in early maternal relation experience. So if we talk about that problem statement and introduction, modern education is typically framed as institutional and curriculum based. However, this assumes that human formation begins at schooling age. But in actual, this Indian knowledge system challenge this assumption by locating education is uh, something which exists with prenatal and early relation domain. So the ethical architecture of the individual is formed before formal schooling begins, even before the birth, before the and when we talk about this Indian knowledge system, then we talk about these some sanskaras, 16 sanskaras, that is known as from birth to death. So this Garbhadhan sanskara, Pushpa sanskara, and all these things we talk in Hindu and in this Indian knowledge philosophy before the birth, before the conception itself. So So these are some fundamental research questions I would like to raise in this. How does this maternal influence function as the first educational site? How do scripture and historical cases demonstrate this? How does an early formation shape leadership and spiritual realization? And what are the implications for the sustainable development goals? For example, Sustainable Development Goal 4, 5, and 16. So if we see a bit literature review based on these our scriptures, so here Upanishad say that Matra Devo Bhava, Pitra Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava means mother and father and Acharya all are considered as a Deva, a deity. So here also first we consider as a mother before that father and acharya. So it emphasizes the value of mother. And Devi Mahatamya, Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Matarupeda Sanstita, Namastasya, 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 Namo Namah. Here also we salute to Devi, to the goddess who abides in all beings in the form of mother. So we give the solution to her, again solution to her, solution to her. So here also it emphasizes the role of mother in all human beings. So, and another this verse is that comes from this Manusmriti. Janmana jayate Shudra sanskarat Jachati uchyate ved pathat bhavet vipra brahma janate brahmana. So why what one is like a Shudra? Through sanskaras one is called like twice born. And when the person is reading the Ved, the become Vipra or the learned person. And when the person knows the Brahman, then only it is known as a Brahman. So it is also showing the importance of that knowledge and the sanskaras. So in this, if we see the theoretical framework, theoretical framework, the sanskara theory, and if we takes from this psychology, the attachment theory, sakta feminine theory, that again comes from the IKS, then relation ontology of education. So together these suggest like this suggests that human identity is not institutional constructed but relationally formed beginning in the prenatal and maternal environment. So philosophical foundation, if we correlate with the cosmic mother, Devi Mahatamya, again, like previously we have discussed. So this Ya Devi Sharabhuteshi Matrupada Sansita established motherhood as a metaphysical principle. So Vedanta interprets Shakti as the manifesting power of Brahma. Thus we move from this biological mother, then archetypical mother and cosmic mother. So if we see some case studies that we have divided in three type of case studies. First is scriptural, then historical, and this modern time case studies. Scriptural, Prahlada demonstrate prenatal devotional conditioning. As everybody know, this Kayadu was staying in the ashram of Narada. So in that condition, devatas were thinking like the son or that Shantana of this Hiranyakashyap should not be like a Hiranyakashyap. So he changed the environment. So Prahlada kept in the ashram. So this Devi Kayadu got initiation from this Devarsi Narada. So, and at that time he used to chant the mantras, so that impacted Prahlada in deep manner. So Prahlada got that devotional environment from the mother womb itself, and he became a great devotee and realized as a Narayana. So a lot of stories are there. So Dhrava also showed the maternal emotional redirection towards because of his mother, and because he was not getting the attachment or this attention from his father. So and he was not satisfied in this worldly life. Then his mother redirected, and then he got again the initiation from the guru. So here the main condition is that even a guru comes later. First guru is the mother. So what is the importance of mother? So and the Narada, if we talk about the Narada, his mother was that he was doing the service for this great son. So he also got that initiation. So that Abhimanyu story also illustrates prenatal cognitive transmission. When Arjuna was teaching something to his mother Subhadra, then he listened that even from the womb itself. So across the cases, maternal illness precedes institutional learning. So historical case study, we see that everybody is aware that this Shivaji Maharaj ethical governance reflect Jijabai's formative narrative instruction. The influence of Jijabai determines the commitment, what her son should be. And same thing, Maharana Pratap resilience reflects maternal condition in honor and sovereignty. Maternal value transmission manifest in political integrity. So modern spiritual leadership like Swami Vivekananda, who has like who was a leader, a spiritual leader, and he has given the foundational Hinduism theory and philosophy to the world. So he was also attributed his fearlessness because of his mother disciplined upbringing, and it is said like his mother has prepared. For that kind of leadership before his birth, long back. So Sri Ramakrishna realization of the Divine Mother also reflects early devotional grounding from his mother's side. So maternal formation shapes both intellectual as the mystical trajectories. So this is the summary of that all these realized people like Kayadhu for the Prahlada, Shuniti for the Dhruva, Narad's mother,
Ma'am, do you
and
please go to your
Subhadra.
conclusion now? Ma'am, please conclude.
Sure. So we can see like quality education of sustainable development goal 4 we can achieve with this kind of theory that educational begins before schooling, and that sustainable development goal 5 gender equality we can achieve when we will focus on this maternal agency is most capable, and the sustainable development goal 16 peace, justice and strong institution we can achieve when peace people will learn from this birth itself, before the birth. So sustainable development requires consistency between early relation formation and institutional reform. So we can conclude that motherhood functions as a proto-institution of civilization. The journey towards the cosmic mother begins in the embodied relation trust before the birth itself. Rethinking education and gender discourse, peace building requires returning to early formative environment. So this study does not equate, I must say, with the womanhood with motherhood, nor claim biological determinism. It examines maternal influence as a formative relation, a relational structure, not as an essential identity. Future empirical research is needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Kripa Mukherjee.
Yes.
Next, we have Kripa Mukherjee.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
One minute.
Ma'am, please start your presentation. Yes.
Yes. Please keep it short. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected chair, panelists, and members of the audience. Today, I'd like to speak on the theme Domesticity as Destiny, Brahmanical Anxiety, and the Ecological Exclusion of Women from Renunciation. My paper examines why Brahmanical normative texts, particularly the Dharmashastra tradition, consistently deny women access to renunciation, despite literary and historical evidence of female ascetics in ancient India. I argue that this exclusion is not merely social but deeply ideological, rooted in anxieties surrounding female independence, sexuality, and social order. The Dharmashastra tradition presents a highly ordered vision of society in which gender roles are sharply defined. Men are imagined as capable of moving through different stages of life, including householdership and renunciation. Women, however, are firmly located within the domestic sphere. Their religious identity is tied almost entirely to marriage and family life. A key concept underlying the exclusion of the doctrine of ashatantra or lack of independence. Monu famously states that a woman must be protected by her father in childhood, her husband in youth, and her sons in old age, and that she is never fit for independence. This idea is repeated across dharmasastric texts. Female dependence is not treated as a temporary social condition but as a natural and moral ideal. The term to protect used in the Dharmashastric text insignificant. Words meaning to guard or to protect also imply control and surveillance. Protection is therefore inseparable from restriction. Women are imagined as morally vulnerable and lacking self control, which justifies constant supervision. As a result, they are recognized only in relational roles, daughter, wife, or widow, and never as autonomous religious subjects. At the heart of this ideology lies anxiety about female sexuality. Dharmashastric authors repeatedly warn that an unguarded woman threatens family honor, caste purity, and lineage continuity. Controlling women's bodies becomes essential to maintaining social order. This concern explains why marriage is treated as a religious necessity for women rather than a social choice. This anxiety also appears in religious symbolism. Independent or celibate female figures are often portrayed as dangerous, while married and domesticated femininity is considered auspicious. According to the eminent anthropologist Lawrence A. Babb, female power, when unregulated, is perceived as potentially destructive. Since renunciation requires celibacy and independence, it becomes incompatible with the ideal of womanhood constructed within Brahmanical thought. Within this framework, domesticity itself becomes women's dharma. Unlike men, women are denied access to the ashrama system. Texts such as the Vishnu Smriti state that women have no independent sacrifice, vow, or ascetic practice, and that they attend religious merit solely through service to their husbands. Later texts, Jomo and Otri Samhita, go even further, warning that a woman who undertakes fasting or ascetic practices while her husband is alive brings harm to him and sin upon herself. Renunciation, by definition, involves mobility, social detachment, and freedom from household obligations. All of this directly contradict the ideal of female dependence. A renunciant woman escapes the structures of guardianship and surveillance that Brahmanical society relies upon. For this reason, female renunciants are often portrayed in normative texts as suspicious or morally dangerous rather than spiritually authoritative. Interestingly, narrative traditions such as the Mahabharata, Ramayana, Arthashastra, and the Dharma Sutras refer to women renouncers like Shulava, Amba, and Shabari. These figures are portrayed as spiritually accomplished and intellectually authoritative, yet they remain exceptional and structurally marginal. They are never formally integrated into the ashrama system. Even when the medieval theologian Vidyaranya acknowledges female renunciation, it is treated ambiguously or as informal. Thus, renunciation continues to be defined as incompatible with normative Brahmanical womanhood. In conclusion, the exclusion of women from renunciation is Brahmanical theology is a deliberate ideological strategy. Through the doctrine of Ashatantra, women are rendered dependent and domesticated, while renunciation associated with autonomy and celibacy is restricted to men. Yet the repeated appearance of female ascetics in narrative sources reveals an ongoing tension between normative prescriptions and lived religious realities. Exploring this tension helps us better understand how gender, power, and religious authority are negotiated in ancient South Asian traditions. Thank you.
It's not the time problem. Thank you, ma'am. It's not the time problem.
Don't touch this, okay?
No, it's not being touched. It's just leaving on its own. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next we have. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next we have Avinash Kumar, Darshana Bhattacharya, and Ashita. Avinash Kumar. who among you would be presented?
Just a minute. Darshana Bhattacharya is going to present.
I'm
Just a
sorry?
minute. Darshana Bhattacharya is going to present. Just a minute.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So the topic of presentation is reimagining mythological heroines, feminist retellings as pedagogical tools for spiritual education and ethical resilience among young people in a VUCA-BANI world. So, first, let us discuss the importance of storytelling. So, according to Edward Porter, storytelling through the lens of modern psychology was one of the earliest methods of transmitting knowledge across generations. So, even before education was formalized, it was through stories that children were taught values by their elders. This way, mythology becomes a very powerful narrative tool that transmits values, culture, memory, and ethical dilemmas through stories. For example, the stories from Ramayana or Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita shape moral reasoning, gender norms, and ideas of dharma in India. Myths have always served as pedagogical tools in the sense that they guide ethical behavior, encourage critical thinking, and sustain collective memory. And through recurring motives of heroism, justice, power, and righteousness, they shape identity and social continuity. So, mythology also becomes a space for questioning power because, when approached critically, they interrogate caste hierarchies and moral authority. Students, therefore, within an educational environment, will learn how to interpret symbolism, identify ideological structures, and analyze how myths are adapted in media, politics, and popular culture. Moving on to the research problem can be identified under three broader categories, which is the male-centered interpretations, silenced agencies, and pedagogical risks. What we understand by male-centered interpretations is that Hindu mythological pedagogy largely treats male perspectives as universal moral standards. Men were positioned as anchors of morality, while women were framed within idols of chastity, obedience, and sacrifice. When we talk about silenced agency, what we mean is in case of female figures, virtue is always equated with endurance, loyalty, and self denial, while dissent, anger, or qualities that characterize moral questioning are portrayed as disruptive and much unladylike. And mythology also poses the pedagogical risk of promoting conformity rather than critical ethical reflection. By valorizing obedience over moral deliberation, it discourages questioning of justice, power, and gender hierarchies. So, in contemporary context, which is marked by ethical complexity, this approach may fail to cultivate moral agency, critical thinking, and gender sensitive spiritual engagements. The aim of this study is to reinterpret Hindu mythological heroines through a feminist lens, examine pedagogical implications, develop ethical resilience among youth, and to contribute to decolonizing spiritual education. The paper adopts an interdisciplinary approach combining feminist theory, narrative ethics, and spiritual pedagogy to critically examine Hindu mythological narratives. It views mythology as a culturally embedded ethical discourse shaped by power relations, narrative structures, and educational practices, while also exploring questions of gender, moral agency, and spirituality in contemporary education. So, feminist retelling of Hindu mythological heroines is a very important move to counter androcentric mythological pedagogy. And for our study, we have identified four such important characters from Hindu mythology who redefine these archaic stories by being moral agents rather than passive moral examples. So the first character that we have identified is the character of Sita, who undergoes a transmission from obedience to self. Traditionally, Sita is upheld as the ideal woman whose purity, obedience, and endurance of suffering symbolize feminine virtue within patriarchal pedagogy. Her trial, exile, abduction, and the fire ordeal are all romanticized as spiritual strength that reinforce the idea that women's moral excellence lies in silent sacrifice. But a feminist reinterpretation challenges this view by foregrounding Sita's agency, ethical dilemmas, and resistance. Rather than glorifying her suffering, It can be read as exposing unjust social structures that privilege male honor over female dignity. So, in this lens, Sita emerges as a moral agent negotiating duty, justice, and self respect. The next character we have is that of Draupadi, who represents voice, justice, and resistance. Classical readings often portray Draupadi either as a cause of conflict or as a passive victim. Her voice and moral protests are frequently overshadowed in patriarchal interpretations. But feminist reinterpretations reclaim her character as a powerful moral agent who refuses to remain silent and exposes the ethical failures of patriarchal institutions. Pedagogically, she becomes a figure who prompts critical reflection on power, consent, justice, sexual violence, and the ethics of witnessing injustice, validates dissent as a form of spiritual and moral agency. The next character is of Kali, the goddess who represents feminist consciousness and disruptive spiritual power. Although she is portrayed as a fierce and destructive goddess whose power is contained within patriarchal interpretations, her radical potential is often subdued to maintain cosmic and social order. Feminist reinterpretations reclaim her as a symbol of transformative spiritual power, validates her anger and dissent as morally meaningful rather than being deviant. Pedagogically, she represents emotional strength, moral courage, and resistance to injustice, and expands spirituality beyond passive obedience to active ethical engagement. The final character is that of Shabri from Ramayana, and she represents inclusive piety. Traditionally, she is celebrated for her humble devotion to Lord Ram, but this portrayal is often romanticizes marginality and reinforces caste and spiritual hierarchies, while representing her acceptance as exceptional grace rather than questioning structural imbalances. Feminist reinterpretations recast her as a figure of spiritual agency who challenges caste barriers and Brahminical exclusion. Her devotion is seen as relational and experiential rather than being submissive or a mere spiritual and moral image. What we identify, the basic theme that we identify here is that of these characters moving from silent suffering to a sense of ethical agency. Feminist mythological reinterpretations shift the meaning of women's suffering from a moral ideal to an ethical problem. Instead of glorifying silence and endurance as spiritual perfection, they expose how such narratives normalize gender injustice and demand moral questioning rather than passive acceptance. These readings foreground women as ethical agents with voice, choice, agency, and relational responsibility, emphasizing care, justice, and accountability over obedience and submission. Pedagogically, this transforms mythology into a space for critical reflection, moral imagination, and spiritual agency, and encourages learners to question inherited norms, recognize injustice, and cultivate dignity, resistance, and ethical courage. Pedagogical potential of feminist retellings. Feminist reinterpretations transform mythology from a mere tool of moral instruction, which is based on obedience, into a space for ethical reflection and dialogue. Instead of presenting fixed virtues to imitate, they encourage learners to engage with moral dilemmas, question power structures, and think critically about justice, gender, and responsibility. Pedagogically, this approach promotes dialogic learning, critical consciousness, and emotional engagement. By legitimizing questioning, dissent, and affective responses such as anger and empathy, feminist mythology fosters ethical agency, reflective spirituality, and moral courage within contemporary education. Ethical resilience in a VUCA-BANI world. So today's modern contemporary world is marked by uncertainty, anxiety, and moral ambiguity. And young people often face emotional instability and varied ethical confusions. Traditional moral education is often inadequate for building ethical resilience, which is the capacity to navigate complexity with moral agency and empathy. Feminist mythological reinterpretations play a crucial role here in offering a culturally rooted yet critical resource for addressing these challenges. By presenting myths as site of ethical struggle, emotional depth, and resistance rather than passivity, they validate anger, grief, and emotional plurality as morally meaningful.
Ma'am, please
Pedagogic
go towards the conclusion.
Yes. Pedagogically, this approach fosters moral courage, relational responsibility, and critical consciousness, which equip youth to respond thoughtfully and empathetically. To conclude, feminist reinterpretations of Hindu mythology offer a very transformative framework for rethinking spiritual and moral education. By challenging patriarchal epistemologies, they shift mythology from a tool of social conformity to a space of ethical inquiry, dialogic learning, and inclusive spirituality. Reclaiming figures such as that of Sita, Draupadi, Kali, and Shabari as moral agents rather than passive ideals, feminist mythology foregrounds dignity, resistance, and relational responsibility. In a VUCA-BANI world marked by uncertainty and moral ambiguity, such reinterpretations cultivate ethical resilience, emotional strength, and critical consciousness among youth. By integrating feminist epistemologies into curriculum and pedagogy, spiritual education can move towards decolonized, plural, and justice oriented practices that honor tradition while enabling transformative moral agency. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for your presentation. And next we are calling Rashika Singh and Sam K. Meena.
So who will be handling the PPT? My co-author has been like presented there. So who will be handling the PPT? Like you are in mute, I can't able to hear you. Yeah. Excuse. Like you're in mute. Like can you able to hear me? Am I audible?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, we are able to hear you. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
So like who will be the handling the PPT?
Should I show the PPT here?
Yeah.
शेयर कर दीजिए देखिए
Is my co-author present there? Like is she there?
एक मिनट शेयर करिए इंटायर स्क्रीन पर
You'll be here, you'll be managing the.
Okay. Okay, shall we start?
Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sam Kirina and my co-author Rashika Singh. We are here to present the research topic on the spiritual coping among Generation Z Hindu women and IPA study under the SDG Goal 5 Gender Equality. Introduction. Can you go to the introduction page? Swipe. Yeah. So spirituality is a crucial part of being a human. It helps people seek transcendence, find meaning, and discover purpose. At the same time, it allows connection with others, families, oneself, communities, societies, and nature, as well as with what it is significant or sacred. As the study says, India's youth, who make up 65% of country's population, seem to be reconnecting with religion and spirituality. And ROL, can you go to ROL? Yeah. So these are the ROL we have collected, and we have given a remaining ROL in our full paper. And we'll go to the methodology. Okay. The research was conducted in qualitative method. A convenient sampling method was applied here. The semi-structured interview and open-ended question were given in a Word document. Participants were Hindu women born during the years 1997 to 2012, called Generation Z. The age criteria of the participants from 18 to 25. It also, the sample size of the study was 15. And the interpretative phenomenological analysis were used here. Materials that used to interview were like FICA model, where it is used for spiritual assessment, where F for faith and live, importance and influence is I, community C, and address and action in care A, to understand individual spiritual needs and resources. Result part will be delivered by my co-author.
I'm supposed to use this. Hello. So I'll be continuing with the results of the study. So we made a semi-structured questionnaire which had open-ended questions in it. The participants were allowed to answer according to their free will. They could write according to whatever they felt relevant to the question. So we had given a total 15 questions based on the VUCA model, as we've already mentioned. Out of these 15 questions, 13 were taken to find out the subsequent themes related to understand the spirituality in the sample size. So, in interpretative phenomenological analysis, we understand the lived experiences of the people. The 13 subordinate themes, as you can see on the screen, were various aspects that emerged, highlighting the role of spirituality, making it up. So we understand from this that overall spirituality was about a psychological anchor which provides inner peace, emotional stability, resilience, and meaning making to people in terms of adversity. We also see the importance of practices like prayers, meditation, yoga, devotional music, journaling, and silent prayers, which help people to cope up in stressful situations. They all work for stress reduction and emotional regulation. Belief in karma. So, this was the most highlighted aspect in the study, where we find that the Gen Z women are they find karma to be very relevant in their lives, and also faith and surrender in God to be extremely consistent, which helps them in adverse situations and make meaning out of negative experiences with ease. One of the key aspects that emerged was the effect of menstrual cycle on the spiritual beliefs of women. So women maintain a balance by not participating in formal rituals like pujas, but they continue to practice other practices as an alternative, such as silent chanting, silent prayers, and listening to mantras and bhajans during the added stress due to menstrual cycles. This is the overall result that we got in the study. Coming to the discussion of the study, I would like to say that we see that our research is consistent and aligned with the previous literature that talks about spiritual coping, as it promotes stress reduction, emotional regulation, resilience, and psychological well being. Spiritual meaning making of life events enable participants to view adversity as an opportunity for growth rather than distress, fostering optimism and emotional strength. One of the major implications of the study is that it can be used in especially psychological and educational studies, where we can talk more about these practices in curriculums or in informed practices to help people to get inclined so that they can take advantages of certain practices like prayers and chantings to improve their overall emotional and mental well-being, and also it gives them a safe space to grow and deal in this VUCA-BANI world. However, the limitation of this paper is that it has been done on a small homogeneous sample of 15 people, which can not be broadened to greater generalization, and it can also not be applied to other genders or people of other religions, as the results may greatly vary. To conclude, to conclude, I would like to say that spirituality among Gen Z women has been claimed as a powerful mental resource, and it has been. And if we try to take up the culturally informed practices into health and educational practices, it can definitely benefit them more. With that, I would like to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, we have Vidushi Roy and co-author. Please come, ma'am.
लाइन वालों को दिखेगा शेयर इंटायर
इंटायर क्यों करेंगे, शेयर हो तो जाएगा ना।
हमारी काम है
हमें तो एक मिनट
मीट हमारी
Navigating relational suffering, women grief, and psychological trauma in contemporary dating. Introduction. Modern dating has become a labyrinth of emotional landmines, ghosting, situationships, and the endless swipe for Generation Z. Women heartbreak is no longer just a personal, it plays out in the public theater of Instagram and TikTok. This research bridges two ancient wisdom systems, Hindu philosophy and English literary tradition, to understand how young women grieve, process, and ultimately transcend romantic pain, from Keats lamenting lost love to Sita's state of dignity. Both traditions hold a timeless insight into relational suffering and healing. Dharma. Jane Austen, Righteous Living in Love, and Jane Austen. Dharma, righteous conduct, teaches that love must be ethical and purposeful. In dating, dharma means knowing one's worth and refusing to compromise one's moral code of for affection. Jane Austen embodied these. Elizabeth Bennet's, she is famously rejected Mr. Darcy's first proposal not from spite but from a self-respect and truth-telling. Like Dharma, Austen insists love from must honor both parties' dignity. When modern women are breadcrumbed or misled, dharmic wisdom asks, this relation serve your himself self. Karma and Thomas Hardy. Karma, cause and effect. Karma reminds us that every action, including how we treat others in love, creates ripples. The Bhagavad Gita urges acting righteously without attachment to outcomes. Heartbreak, in this view, is not punishment but information, a karmic mirror reflection what must be learned or released for Gen Z. Women understanding karma in relationships transform victimhood into agency and awareness. Hardy fatalism and consequence. Hardy's test of the test, the Uberwills, portrays a woman destroyed by others, moral failures, yet Hardy shows consequences cascades like karma. His fiction explores how patriarchal choices poison future generations. The tragedy of Tess echoes karmic cycles, injustice unchallenged perpetuates suffering across time and live modern ghosting and breadcrumbing carry their own invisible karmic weight. Bhakti tradition and the Bronte sisters. Bhakti poetry, Mirabai aesthetic longing for Krishna transforms romantic grief into sacred devotion. Pain becomes a path to divine. Emily Bronte challenged the same intensity in Wuthering Heights, where Heathcliff and Catherine love transcends death itself. Both are traditional recognize that overwhelming love, even when it once carries a spiritual dimension. Yoga and Virginia Woolf. Integration of the fragmented self. Yoga unions not just exercise in the integration of all fragmented aspects of self into wholeness. After a heartbreak, we scattered into pieces. Chanda Yoga, the path of wisdom, asks, who am I beyond relationship? Virginia Woolf explored the same fracture in Mrs. Solvay and to the lighthouse, consciousness as a river of disconnected selves, seeking coherence for women post trauma. Both yoga and Woolf offer the same medicine. Go inwards with witness your own mind and discover that the self preceding love stands unbroken. Feminine archetype from Sita to Shakespeare's heroine. Sita, Ramayana. Sita embodies patience and dignity under betrayal. Wrongly doubted, she does not collapse. She endures, then reclaims her sovereignty by returning to the earth itself. She is a strength disguised as gentleness and model for a woman who give everything and receive cruelty in return. Portia, Merchant of Venice. Shakespeare's Portia built White's intelligence where emotion could overwhelm. She remains composed under enormous pressure, using wisdom, not tears, to rescue love. A dharmic heroine in Elizabethan clothing, she shows that self mastery, not submission, is what truly wins the day. Draupadi Mahabharata. Draupadi's public humiliation and righteous furry echo, Lady Macbeth's suppressed rage, both women are failed by the men who should. I sh- Proceeding towards the conclusion. Both Hindu philosophy and English literature arrive at the same truth. Women relational suffering is not a flaw to be fixed, but as a threshold to be crossed. Dharma, karma, bhakti, and yoga are not museum relics. They are living framework that speak directly to the woman staring at the home phone at 2 a.m. wondering why she wasn't enough. From Elizabeth Bennet's self-respect to Mirabai transcend longing, from Dorothea moral growth to Sita's sovereign return to earth. The message is unified. Your pain is meaningful, your healing is not linear, and you are far more than love you lost. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, we have Dr. Anand Saxena, Professor Suravi Dhingra, and Advaita Dhingra. Please come on this podium.
Just to overcome any technical hitch, I am sharing the paper as well as the presentation on the group that has been created today, uh, so that there's no friction in the course of our presentation. Can we have the lotus given to everyone, the flowers, and can we have dhoop so that we can create that ambience, please? Thank you. I need to connect my own laptop.
You need to connect your own laptop.
Then do we just end the session?
Then that would end the session. The online presentation.
Multimedia stuff. Is there on the, yeah. Ours is on Namjap, as you would have seen it, and we have pitched it as an anchor, spiritual anchor that helps us sustain ourselves in a VUCA-BANI world. So the details of the presentations, lie in how we unfold this idea and relate Namjap to thing. The couple of salient aspects of this is that we have followed Rudyard Kipling's 5W and 1H method in starting from what Namjap is, who should be doing it, whose name we should be narrating, how it is to be done. And one of the methods is experiential method that we are going to present here. And we have taken a call like that a collective chanting, even if it is silent and if it is through the art forms, can have an impact and give us the kind of the resilience and the resolve to deal with VUCA-BANI world. But that's the position that we have taken. Sylvia, are you ready for the presentation? So 1 minute preparation time for them. Concentrate on the visuals on the screen, and now the visuals that will unfold. Concentrate on sound and let Namjap happen to you within. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam Eva Kevalam, नास्त्येव गतिरन्यथा। Thank you. So I know we are done with the time. So we'll rest the presentation here. Presentation is there on the group, and there's a QR code. Girls, I had given a QR code which you can place. So you can scan the QR code. You can have pre-recorded versions of this as well as the song. However, if you wish to go through the song, you'll have to wait because I have to get the keyboard and put it here, and that's it. So you have to see your time management. I am done. Thank you so very much. It's okay. अरे बाद में हो जाएगा not a problem.
As we are ending the session, I am requesting Professor Archana ma'am, please come on the podium for the closing remarks.
Distinguished people present in this hall, dear participants, it was a pleasant duty to perform, to listen to such wonderful presentation. And as I was, just going through the connection that I could see when I was just listening to the first two presentation, it reminded me of the need of the sanskaras. And when I was working, like I work on this, culture practices and in a way post culture practices of the Girmetia people, as she pointed out that I have worked with a Pravasi Ghat and RTI. So what I realized that those cultural traditions that we have been talking about and related to the sanskaras, because the word that we have been, concerned with, VUCA-BANI word, and I just Googled it and found out what exactly it means. So it's the same kind of chaos. If I just put it, being a student of literature, so this is a word of chaos, and this is a word of chaos, loss of values, which the young generation doesn't know how to cope with. For the elderly people with their experiences. So in the endangered societies, also the similar crisis has been felt. So they have also turned to, in fact, in Mauritius, they have started with, this kind of tradition of not exactly sanskaras, but, traditions in the form revival of the, you can say, oral traditions, which are kind of carrier of our values. So they are like this, when Kanak and Nidhi were talking about the spiritual development of expectant mother or the early maternal influence on the child as it leads to, and then she mentioned examples from, historical cases and spiritual cases. So that's the need that has been felt. So the influence of the mother is definitely great. And, our cultural practices or the sanskaras, if we put it like, specifically, they help in a lot in that. And then, next two presentation, Kripa and Darshana, when they made their presentation, they, in a way, though they sounded like feminists, but I would say they were not specifically feminists in the sense that they were, what they primarily emphasized was the need of reclaiming agency and understanding the things in the right spirit. When there are mythological retellings, so in those retellings, it's not that they were silent sufferers. Rather, in their own way, they were, for justice, resilience, they had choice. So none of them were victim, but yes, in their own way, in their own world in which they were situated, they did what they could. And when we just listen to those stories or when we tell those stories, as mothers, we tell the stories sometimes in the schools, those stories are told. So a word of caution is there that they sounded the presenters that how the right values, ethical values, and emotional values can be inculcated by these stories with just a bit of shift of focus. And then coming to Rashika, yeah, that IPA, that Gen Z. So how they cope with it and connect, I can connect it with issues. It is the concern of the generation, which is like Gen Z generation is different from the millennial one. So especially in terms of, relational and how to cope. So as she rightly pointed out, both of them pointed out that spirituality is kind of a psychological anchor. So the goal of spirituality is not just to lead you to the other worldly goals, but it gives you some practical lessons how to live in the world where it's almost kind of whirlwind in which you are thrown without any weapons. So spirituality, and for young women of Gen Z, it provides them tools how to cope with it. And the last presentation, the Liz said about it the best because that spoke a lot. And with this, I'm really grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity of being a part of something which is so close to our heart, in the sense that though we are grown up, but as mothers, we have been through these phases. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here.
Now I please request Professor Ajit Kumar Mishra to come and felicitate Professor Rachna Kumar. Next, we have a panel session on defining Hindu spiritual care at the end of life, untasty, rituals, timely cremation, and emerging alternatives like alkaline hydrolysis. May I please request Dr. Sukta, Professor Sharda Nangram, Dr. Puneet Bidilish, and Dr. Vishwanath Vital, who will be joining us online. We have this one. Mine.
Okay.
Okay. This topic is very important for us, especially for us in the Netherlands. As Hindu chair, sometimes we are asked to help the Hindu Council with some texts, some input for the government, where at the moment it is being discussed alternative ways of cremation, and each of the denominations, how they are called, like the Christians, Buddhists, Islamic communities, Hindu communities are being asked.
So we have been assigned a task to think about it, to reflect on this topic, and to see if there are some specific viewpoints from the Hindu worldview which we need to take into account when we talk about alternative ways of cremation. And since this whole topic is under the heading of spiritual care, we would like to, of course, talk a bit about spiritual care, the anti-isti sanskar at the end of the life stage, and then move on to some discussions, and hopefully if there are some points based on some scriptures, which will be helpful for us, we will be very grateful. But let's have a discussion first. Vishwanath is online and Sutaji is here, Puneet is there. So my role is I prepared a few questions, but I would like to just spontaneously also see what are the few points that these experts are bringing to us. And if since it's the last session, I would also like to include you as participants. If you have any questions, just raise your hands and then we will include you also in the session. Good. I would please floor to you first. If you would like to ask a question. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. Shadaji has laid the background of this session. I'll give you some context. In Netherlands, due to variety of reasons, there is a lot of pressure on various religious groups on coming out with a clear guideline of how they want to treat end of life. For example, one of the pressure is from the sustainability perspective that how the dead body should be cremated, for example. Second aspect is the timely cremation. That can cremation happen the same day or the next day or the earliest available opportunity. Third is how the new techniques which are perceived as ecologically more sensitive, for example, electric cremation, for example, alkaline hydrolysis. Third. Fourth is organ donation at the end. So these are some of the themes on which a lot of deliberations are happening, and there are some ideas. So the consensus is the government is open to listening to various groups to come to some consensus on some kind of policy that governs these events. Fifth, there are forces from the protocol from compliance organizations such as insurance, medical fraternity, that how do we treat these as? Because for them these are medical events. So how these are to be treated? If they are not treated as in a consistent way, then certain policies can't be made around them, especially insurance. For example, if someone asks for spiritual care around end of life, in India, insurance does not support that, but in Netherlands, insurance supports spiritual care around end of life. So, if the protocols are not consistent, then the insurance companies may see that in a different way, or may support or may not support or partially support. So these are some of the issues which are right now being discussed. In India, some of these issues either do not exist right now, or they exist in a local way. For example, in Varanasi, there was a time when electric cremation was introduced, and there was a debate around it. People discuss about it, that what is, what are the aspects? Is it dharmic? Is it sacred? Is that ritual still retains the sanctity which the other forms of cremation held? Then there is another aspects of types of antyeshti. For example, burial, then burning, and immersion in water, leaving the body in the forest. So there are all sorts of cremation activities they have. In Netherlands, especially Amsterdam, 160 nationalities are represented in this city. So that means people come from diverse religion, diverse cultures, diverse backgrounds, and therefore diverse ways of cremations. And the government's job is to support those cremation activities given the frameworks that other frameworks allow. For example, burning of wood. If the emissions are not allowed in a certain city in a certain way, then it cannot be allowed the way as it happens in India, for example. So in the Jewish tradition, in the Jewish traditions, in the Islamic traditions, the Christian traditions, and Hindu traditions, so all of this varied spectrum, this discussion has become quite important. And with these words, I open the floor to some questions. So I have few questions, which the format that we will follow is that I will ask a question, and I will request each of the panelists to say something about it. So I'll start with the ontology of end-of-life care. My first question is around the ontology of end-of-life care. How does Hindu spiritual care at the end of life conceptualize death? As a medical event, or a ritual transition, or a metaphysical passage? And how does this shape the caregiving practices? So maybe I start with Shadaji first, or Subhaji, who would like to. Yeah. How do you conceptualize death in Hinduism? In simple words.
So, when we talk about breath, we are also talking about Atman and its connection with the body. So, when we say that the breath, basically we can generally say that is when the Atman leaves the body. Now, here may be many misconceptions that what is body is basically Atman something different from body or not? Or is it, say, body is Atman, or say, not really body, but the senses are the Atman, or the mind is the Atman, or the brain is the Atman? If we go to more deeper level, or the Atman is something very different from all these things. So when death happens, what exactly happens? So basically, I think to understand this question, we should also answer the questions whether the Atman is something common to these, or one of these, or something very different from these. Should I go to that?
I can go to Vishwanathji. Vishwanathji, Subhaji has said that to answer the question कि मृत्यु क्या है, सबसे पहले हमें उत्तर देना होगा कि हम आत्मा को किस तरह से देखते हैं. क्या आत्मा शरीर में है, क्या आत्मा इंद्रियों में है, क्या आत्मा हमारे मन में है. तो जो जिसकी मृत्यु हुई वो कौन था, वो क्या वो शरीर था, वो क्या वो आत्मा थी. तो अलग अलग पंथ, अलग अलग दर्शन आत्मा को अलग अलग दृष्टिकोण से देखते हैं. तो आप थोड़ा सा बताइए कि आप मृत्यु को हम लोग किस तरह से देखें, और फिर हम आगे चलते हैं.
श्योर. नमस्ते एवरीवन. मेरी आवाज़ क्लियर है, आप सुन सकते हैं?
एक मिनट, मैं इनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि ऑडियो एक बार ऑन कर दें. एक सेकंड. एक बार थोड़ा सा बोलिए विश्वनाथ जी, एक बार टेस्ट
जी
कर.
जी. नमस्ते सभी को. मेरी आवाज़ आपको सुनाई दे रही है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी. आप जो भी भाषा, आप हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं. मैं अनुवाद कर दूंगा जैसा आप उचित समझेंगे.
बिल्कुल, मैं हिंदी में ही बोलूँगा. तो प्रश्न है कि आत्मा को, शरीर, मृत्यु को किस रूप से हम समझते हैं. हमारे यहाँ भिन्न भिन्न दर्शनों में आत्मा के स्वरूप को लेकर के भिन्न भिन्न मतभेद हैं. अर्थात भिन्न भिन्न दृष्टिकोण है, उसको मतभेद नहीं कहना चाहिए, भिन्न भिन्न दृष्टिकोण है. और आत्मा का शरीर के साथ जो संबंध है उसको लेकर के भी भिन्न भिन्न दृष्टिकोण है. फिर भी एक जो कॉमन सबके, जिसमें कोई किसी भी प्रकार का मतभेद नहीं है, वो है कि शरीर से आत्मा भिन्न है. केवल चारवाक दर्शन को छोड़ दिया जाए, जब किंतु हम संस्कार की बात कर रहे हैं तो हम चारवाक को हमको लेने की जरूरत नहीं है. चारवाक के मत से तो मृत्यु की बात समाप्ति है, उसके आगे की बात करना ही नहीं है. इसलिए जो हम संस्कार को जोड़ते हैं तो हम चारवाक दर्शन को छोड़ करके बाकी दर्शन, जो सनातन वैदिक परंपरा के दर्शन को लेते हैं. तो एक बात क्लियर है कि आत्मा भिन्न है, शरीर भिन्न है. किंतु अब व्यावहारिक दृष्टिकोण से भी हम देखें तो व्यवहार में हम जब तक मोक्ष की प्राप्ति नहीं होती व्यक्ति को, तब तक वो ये जानता समझता नहीं है। भले ही हम लोग स्वयं भी दर्शन शास्त्र पढ़ने वाले दार्शनिक रूप से, सैद्धांतिक रूप से उस चीज को समझते हैं, किंतु अनुभव के स्तर पर हम लोग भी उसको जानते समझते नहीं है। इसलिए हम जब तक इस शरीर बातें कर रहे हैं, व्यवहार में लोग चर्चा परिचर्चा कर रहे हैं, तो हम अपने आत्मा को शरीर से हमको जोड़ कर ही रखना चाहिए, तो तभी व्यवहार बन सकता है। यद्यपि आत्मा अब न्याय दर्शन की दृष्टि से देखें अथवा वेदांत दर्शन की दृष्टि से देखें तो आत्मा व्यापक है, विभु है। यद्यपि कुछ दर्शन की दृष्टि से आत्मा सूक्ष्म है, जो भी हो, शरीर से भिन्न है, किंतु हम अनुभव जो करते हैं, जन्म मृत्यु, वो सब आत्मा शरीर से जुड़ा हुआ है, आत्मा से जुड़ा हुआ नहीं है। किंतु शरीर और आत्मा इस तरह से जुड़े हुए हैं, हमारे अनंत जन्म जन्मांतर के संस्कार अलग अलग शरीर से जुड़े हुए हैं। इसलिए मृत्यु क्या है, इस पर हम इस चीज को भूमिका में रखते हुए मैं छोटा सा उत्तर देना चाहूँगा कि हमारे जैसे पुराण आदि, गरुड़ पुराण आदि को भी हम जब देखते हैं तो हमारे एक 3 प्रकार की शरीर की परिकल्पना है। एक स्थूल शरीर जो हम बाहर देख रहे हैं, और सूक्ष्म शरीर, और तीसरा कारण शरीर। तो जब मृत्यु होती है तो जीव जो है इस शरीर से निकल करके बाहर जाता है, ये हम कहते हैं, जीव की यात्रा होती है। अब ये जीव क्या है? आत्मा जीव है, केवल प्योर आत्मा जीव है या उसमें कुछ और भी चीज है? तो ज्यादातर अधिकतर जो दार्शनिकों की सिद्धांत के अनुसार और धर्मशास्त्र पुराण आदि को भी हम जब लेते हैं तो जीव मतलब वो एक दूसरा शरीर है, वो केवल आत्मा नहीं है, उसमें इंद्रियां, मन आदि का संबंध भी होता है, जिसको सूक्ष्म शरीर कहा जाता है। तो सूक्ष्म शरीर से जो आत्मा है वो एक शरीर से निकल करके झटित दूसरे शरीर को धारण करता है। तो एक शरीर को उसने त्याग किया, दूसरे शरीर को धारण किया, तो दूसरे शरीर के धारण की वो प्रक्रिया वहाँ से आरंभ होती है। इसके बाद हम अन्य दूसरे प्रकार के संस्कार करते हैं। इसलिए इसी को हम अभी मृत्यु कहेंगे। अभी मैं यहीं तक रुकता हूँ, आगे डिस्कशन में आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Yes, please.
Return to nature of the body.
Shaka ji, would you like to have comment on or your own? Okay. So as a panelist, I would like to share my some insights into this question. So for any policy making, we need to, whatever vocabulary that we use, that vocabulary has to be legally put in a proper way. So the issue that we are dealing with, any end of life practices, the first starts with vocabulary, and Subhaji rightly started the discussion with who is the person who died. Is it the body? Is it the Atman? Then Vishwanathji expanded this ontology towards 3 types of Sharira according to one of the Darshana. He also made it distinct that since we are talking about transitional moment, so he assumed that from a Hindu view, it is seen as a transitional moment. Therefore, Charvak Darshan, we have to go beyond Charvak Darshan, because Charvak Darshan, the death of the body is the end of things. It's not seen as a transition. As per the other views, he brought in this distinction of 3 types of bodies. Then Anilji said a return to nature is also a transition of the physical body, the Sthul Sharira. My take on this is, this is also coming from some empirical observations, and in Hinduism there are so many diverse perspectives that I have met perspectives which see that life is the end. Some see as life as a comma, it goes on until the ultimate purpose of life, which is moksha, and which results in different ways of cremation also. So my point is that there is no one way in which we can define death in Hinduism. It is the meta framework which is there to support diverse perspectives. Therefore, it is worth examining a Hindu worldview if we are going for a policy making in a multipolar or a multi multi-religious society. So I will say more in other questions on this. My next question is, given these assumptions on who is dying and what continues after that, what is the spiritual significance of Anteshti or the end of life rituals? And here the significance also on the space and time, that where the cremation is happening, how the cremation is happening, and when is the cremation happening. So can we, I will break this question into two parts. So first part is where, when, and how of this cremation. What is the spiritual significance of these rituals? आप में से कौन पहले, विश्वनाथ जी, अंत्येष्टि संस्कार का महत्व देश, काल और किस तरह से हम करते हैं, ये तीन पे हम लोग थोड़ा सा चर्चा करें। सुंदर जी, आपसे शुरू करें।
मुझे लगता है कि पहले जो हमारे पहले हम शरीर और आत्मा दो डिफरेंट एंटिटीज हैं, उस पर थोड़ी सी बात कर लें, क्योंकि जब हम डिफरेंट रिलीजन्स में, चाहे वो कहीं यहूदी हो, यहूदी मत हो, या इस्लाम की मत हो, या क्रिश्चियनिटी हो, या फिर हिंदुइज्म हो, सब में शरीर का और आत्मा का कुछ कनेक्शन रहता है। मान लीजिए कि जब हम विश्व के पिरामिड्स को देखते हैं, तो उनमें वो मानते हैं कि आत्मा छोड़ गई, लेकिन उसका इस शरीर के साथ कुछ कनेक्शन बना रहता है, और वो कभी ना कभी जीवन में कभी ना कभी उस पर्टिकुलर एंटिटी के काम, ये शरीर जो अभी उसको मिला हुआ है, ये कभी ना कभी उसके काम आने वाला है। इसलिए वो उस बॉडी को प्रिजर्व करने का प्रयास करते हैं। इतना ही नहीं कि केवल बॉडी को प्रिजर्व करें, कि उसके काम जो भी आता था, जो भी उससे संबंधित वस्तुएं, व्यक्ति थे, उन सबको वहां पे उसके साथ रखने का प्रयास किया जाता है। पिरामिड्स इसके बहुत अच्छे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं। क्रिश्चियनिटी में भी देख लीजिए, ये बेसिकली यहूदी मत से आए हुए हैं, क्रिश्चियनिटी एंड इस्लाम। तो यहाँ पे भी जन्नत का और जहन्नुम का क़यामत का दिन होता है, तो उसके बाद जब उनका लेखा जोखा होता है, तो उसके हिसाब से जन्नत या जहन्नुम में उसको जाना होता है। इसके लिए वो दिन जब आएगा, तब तक के लिए इस बॉडी को यहाँ पे प्रिजर्व करके रखना होगा, और उनके हिसाब से जब भी बॉडी डिके हो जाती है, वो ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, लेकिन उसकी रीढ़ की हड्डी की जो छोटी सी बोन नीचे की, वो बनी रह जाती है कुछ सेंस में, और उस समय पे जो है, या तो कुछ मतों में मानते हैं कि आधी ओस पड़ेगी, और उससे वो जो है नमी वगैरह उसको मिलेगी, और जैसे बीज पड़ते हैं ऐसे उससे वो पड़ेंगे। या फिर मान लीजिए कि जैसे इस्लाम में है कि बहुत बारिश होगी, 40 दिन तक बारिश होगी, और उसके बाद जो है ये हड्डी से वो पड़ेंगे, और उनके जो लेख जैसे हमारे में मानते हैं कि कुछ लेख पार होंगे, फिर लेखा जोखा करके देखेंगे कि ये किधर जाने के योग्य है, ऐसे वो लोग नहीं मानते, और उसको उधर के अकॉर्डिंगली भेजा जाएगा, और वो उस जरा से हड्डी से ही जो की बची रही, उसी से वो जैसे सीड से प्लांट ट्रीज ग्रो करते हैं, ऐसे वो ग्रो करके फिर मर जाएंगे। तो और आरसीज में देखें तो वो शब्द को छोड़ देते हैं खुले किसी ऊंची जमीन पे, या किसी जमीन पे खुले में, जहाँ पे कि उसको गिद्ध वगैरह जो पक्षी हैं, वो उसको लगभग घंटा दो ढाई घंटे में उसको काफी समाप्त कर देते हैं सारा मांस। तो वहां पे क्या होता है कि हम जीते जीते उपकार कर रहे हैं समाज का, मरने के बाद भी हम पशु पक्षियों के काम आ सकते हैं। तो उपकार करने का शरीर के माध्यम से एक मान्यता है। अब हिंदुइज्म में या वैदिक फिलॉसफी में ये क्या मानते हैं कि क्या शरीर और शरीर में रहने वाला कोई है? तो इनको यदि हम देखें तो हमारे यहाँ पे जैसे न्याय दर्शन में एक बात आती है, शरीर से डिफरेंट है आत्मा। और वो डिफरेंट ये हमको कैसे पता चलता है? तो कहते हैं शरीर राहे पातका भावात। शरीर को हम जला लेते हैं मृत्यु के बाद, तो उसमें हम उसी को पापी नहीं मानते कि उसको पाप लग रहा है, इसको पनिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो एक प्रथा है ये बताती है कि हम ये मानते हैं कि आत्मा शरीर से अलग है। शरीर एक एंटिटी है और आत्मा उससे भी एंटिटी है। अब वहां पे ये भी लॉजिक कर सकते हैं कि ये शरीर इज ग्रॉसली दिखने वाली बॉडी है, बट हो सकता है कि जो सेंस ऑर्गन्स हैं वो आत्मा है। बड़ी बड़ी दिखने वाली हड्डियां हैं, मांस, ये सबसे भिन्न जो सेंसेस हैं, जैसे आंख है या स्पर्श इंद्रिय है या घ्राण इंद्रिय है या कर्ण इंद्रिय है, श्रोत्र, ये आत्मा हो सकती है। क्यों आप मानते हो कि ये चीज शरीर से भिन्न है या फिर सेंसेस से भी भिन्न है? तो उनका कहना है कि यूजुअली क्या होता है, हम जैसे आपके पास बहुत सारी चीजें पड़ी हुई हैं, आप किसी एक चीज को देखिए, आपकी क्लोजेस्ट जो भी वस्तु है उसको देखिए, तो आप देख रहे हैं आंखों से। अब उस वस्तु को आप छूइए, तो आप जब उसको छू रहे हैं आपको पता चल रहा है कि ये वही वस्तु है जिसको मैंने आंख से देखा था, राइट? और उसी वस्तु को अभी मैंने हाथ से छुआ है। तो आंख का काम तो छूने का था नहीं, ना हाथ का काम देखने का था, लेकिन ये डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज हो रही है और कोई एक एंटिटी है जो इन सबको कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही है। वो जान रही है कि मैंने उसी जिस वस्तु को देखा था उसी वस्तु को मैंने छुआ है। तो ये कोऑर्डिनेट करने का जो काम है ये आत्मा के थ्रू होता है, ये इंद्रियां नहीं कर सकती। इसलिए आत्मा जो है इनसे भी डिफरेंट एंटिटी है। सांख्य दर्शन में देखें तो एक बड़ा फंडामेंटल सा प्रिंसिपल वो देते हैं और मेरे ख्याल से इसको हम कहीं भी अप्लाई कर सकते हैं संसार की किसी भी वस्तु पर। वो कहते हैं, उनका सूत्र है संघ का परार्थत्व। क्यों? शरीर से भिन्न है आत्मा। तो लॉजिक ये है कि जो भी एंटिटी मल्टीपल एलिमेंट्स के एग्रीगेट से बनी है, कि मल्टीपल एलिमेंट्स के कॉम्बिनेशन से बनी है, इट इज फॉर समवन एल्सेस से, ये किसी और के लिए, खुद के लिए नहीं। जैसे माइक ले लो, मल्टीपल एलिमेंट्स के कॉम्बिनेशन से बना है। हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि माइक के खुद के लिए है, नहीं। कोई भी संसार की ऑब्जेक्ट ले लीजिए, वो मल्टीपल एलिमेंट्स के कॉम्बिनेशन से बनी है और वो जो भी ऑब्जेक्ट ऐसी है संसार की कोई भी, उसको हम ये हम रूल लगा सकते हैं कि वो खुद के लिए नहीं है, किसी और के लिए। वही लॉजिक अपने शरीर पे भी लगाएंगे। हम सभी मानते हैं कि हमारा शरीर भी कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ मल्टीपल एलिमेंट्स है, इसलिए ये शरीर भी खुद के लिए नहीं, ये किसी और के लिए। तो ये और क्या है? वही आत्मा है। अब ये कैसे जाने कि शरीर से भिन्न मैं हूं, ये मेरे को रियलाइज कैसे हो? तो उसका हमको सबको एक सेंस में अनुभव होता है, हम उससे कंफर्म नहीं है, हमको ये अलग बात है, अवेयर नहीं है उसके बारे में, ये अलग बात है, बट वी नो इट। कैसे? जैसे हम सबको पता है कि बॉडी चेंज बचपन में ही छोटी सी थी, रूबल सी थी, बड़ी हुई, थोड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग हुई, राइट। अभी जो भी स्टेट है हमारी, हमको सबको ये पता है कि यद्यपि ये बदलती हुई बॉडी है, पर मैं वही हूँ जो बचपन में मैं था, वो मैं ही हूँ। जो टीनेजर में था वो भी मैं हूँ, और वो जो यंग था वो भी मैं हूँ, और वर्तमान में जो भी मैं हूँ वो मैं सेम हूँ, राइट। तो ये सेमनेस का भान किसको होता है?
जो शरीर से
सभी
भिन्न है।
जो शरीर से भिन्न है, जब सब कुछ बदल रहा है और साइंस ने प्रूव करके रखा है कि चेंजेस कंप्लीट चेंज हो जाता है, फिर भी हमको ये अनुभव है कि नहीं मैं वही, तो ये वही कौन है? तो वो है आत्मा। अब इसको जब शरीर से भिन्न है, अब बात आती है अंत्येष्टि करने की। अब अंत्येष्टि करें तो क्या करें? अब ये तो हम सभी जान रहे हैं कि किसी भी मत पंथ को, रिलीजन को आप ले लीजिए, वो सभी मान या उनकी सभी की भावना है कि वो जिसकी मृत्यु हुई है उसका हित करे या समाज का हित है। तो भावना हर किसी की अच्छी ही है। अंदर जो आ रहा है कि क्यों हम बलि कर रहे हैं या क्यों हम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं या कोई और प्रोसेस अपना रहे हैं, अंदर आता है अंडरस्टैंडिंग में कि इस अभी जब हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि शरीर और आत्मा दो डिफरेंट एंटिटीज हैं, और शरीर में रहने वाला आत्मा जिसको यदि मान रहे हैं छोड़ के चला जाता है, जिससे कि मल्टीपल एविडेंसेस भी मिलते हैं। जैसे बहुत से लोगों को अपना पुनर्जन्म पता रहता है, याद रहता है, मैं ये था और अभी मैं ये हूँ, याद रहता है। वो याद भी ना रहे, जैसे हम लोगों के साथ हमारे आसपास क्या होता है, तो उसमें हम देखते हैं कि बच्चा पैदा होता है, अभी पैदा ही हुआ है और उसको किसी ने माँ का दूध पीना नहीं सिखाया है, पहली बार वो पीने वाला नहीं थी, फिर भी बच्चा दूध पीना जानता है। तो ये क्या प्रूफ करता है? ये बताता है कि हमारे मल्टीपल जन्म हो चुके हैं, इवन इन ह्यूमन बॉडी ऑल्सो। तो हमको वो दूध पीने के जन्म के बाद संस्कार हमको बने हुए हैं, जिसके कारण से हम जन्म से ही विदाउट एनी ट्रेनिंग एवरी चाइल्ड नोज हाउ टू सर्व।
Since in the interest of time, so we are dividing this panel discussion into 3 parts. First is the ontology, that what is that we consider as body, which defines what is that event of death. And second part is we will talk about axiology, what are the rules around this, and how to the axiology. So we can finish the ontological part with this elaborate comment of Sudhaji, and she hinted at some of the latest scientific evidence also on the renewal of each of the body cells several times in our lifetime. So that means there's something beyond. So if everyone is okay with it, I conclude with the ontology of Atman as with 3 qualities. One is Sarvagat, all-pervasive. Second is Achedya, which is beyond destruction of physicality. And third is Agrahya, that is beyond senses. I'm quoting this from one of the Upanishads. These 3, and these 3 are described in several ways in the Vedantic literature and in some other words in other other darshanas. So if we assume this for now, I mean, of course, there are debates on the Sarvagat aspect of all pervasiveness, which could be subjective, etc. So let's assume that we, as a panel, we agree to this ontology of Atma, and we see body as distinct. So that means cremation is an event which is a medical event for the body, which is a transitional event for the Karan Sharir and the Sukshma Sharira. So that means from a Hindu perspective, it's not just the Sthul Sharir cremation event that has to be handled, but also the other two. Now I turn to Vishwanath ji for the axiological aspect, that what are the विश्वनाथ जी की क्रिमेशन कहाँ होना चाहिए और कब होना चाहिए, सुबह शाम या कई दिनों बाद मृत्यु के, और किस तरह से होना चाहिए, इस पे हम लोग क्या कह सकते हैं? क्योंकि सुधा जी ने बताया कि फारसियों का अलग तरीके से है, अब्राहमिक रिलीजन जितने हैं वो एक तरह से मानते हैं कि कोई एक दिन भविष्य में आएगा जब हमें जब वापस से वो फिजिकल बॉडी या भौतिक शरीर उसका कोई हिस्सा जिससे बाकी जीवन आएगा, तो उसको हमें प्रिजर्व करके रखना, उसको संरक्षित करके रखना है, उसके आधार पे उनके रिचुअल्स हैं। तो अब इन्हीं उस पद्धति को भी, क्योंकि जब सरकार पॉलिसी बनाएगी तो उनके लिए भी बनाएगी और बाकियों के लिए भी बनाएगी, तो उनको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए, और जो हिंदू पंथों में जो अलग अलग तरीके हैं उसमें देश मतलब स्थान, काल और कैसे करें, इस पे थोड़ा सा विचार डालिए। इसमें ये भी आप समझिए कि क्या नाम, ये भी चैलेंज है कि परिवार अलग अलग जगह नौकरियां कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग समय कर रहे हैं, असामयिक मृत्यु भी हो सकती है, रात में मृत्यु भी हो सकती है, कई तरह के बम ब्लास्ट भी हो सकते हैं, सब भी आकस्मिक मृत्यु भी हो सकती है। कई तरह के जो पहले ऐसा नहीं होता था प्राय, अब ऐसा होता है कि पिता की मृत्यु हुई और बेटा 7 समुंदर पार है और वो 3 दिन में लौट पाएगा। इस तरह के भी आप थोड़ा सा देखें कि देश, काल और कैसे, इस 3 पे थोड़ा सा आप समय लीजिए और उसको थोड़ा।
जी, मैं इसको वास्तव में थोड़ा सा इसको इसमें कुछ जो धर्मशास्त्री विशेषज्ञ हैं उनका परामर्श लेना और थोड़ा सा आवश्यक होता है। फिर भी कुछ हम लोग क्योंकि उसी ट्रेडिशन में रहते हैं, देखते भी हैं, कई जगह अनुभव भी करते हैं, तो उसके आधार पर मैं कुछ चीज़ें बताता हूँ। जब किसी की मृत्यु हुई, तो मृत्यु हुई मतलब जीव ने शरीर का त्याग किया। जीव कहने से हम यहाँ पर, जीव हमारा पारिभाषिक शब्द है, जीव से हमको जो आत्मा जो कि सूक्ष्म शरीर से जुड़ा हुआ है, अभी उसको हम जीव कह रहे हैं, जो निकल करके जा रहा है। क्योंकि आत्मा को हम केवल लेंगे तो आत्मा कहीं का निकल कर गया है हम नहीं बोल सकते, क्योंकि आत्मा को हम व्यापक मानते हैं। आत्मा कहीं आती जाती चीज नहीं है, वो सर्वव्यापक है, इसलिए उसका गमनागमन संभव नहीं होता है। फिर भी ये कुछ तो यहाँ से संबंध विच्छेद हुआ है, तो वो सूक्ष्म शरीर के साथ में संबंध विच्छेद हुआ है। अब वो क्योंकि जीवात आत्मा और शरीर भिन्न है, फिर भी कुछ चीजें हैं जो हम उनको उसको जोड़ रही है। नहीं तो मेरी आत्मा व्यापक है, तो दूसरे के शरीर के साथ भी हम क्यों अपना न मान लें? मैं तो इसी शरीर, हर एक की आत्मा भिन्न भिन्न है, उसमें भी एक देवी थोड़ा सा फिर दर्शन की दृष्टि में जाएंगे तो दूसरी बात हो जाएगी। तो ये तो बहुत व्यापक विषय हो जाएगा, मैं उधर ज़्यादा जाता नहीं हूँ। तो मैं अब जीव शब्द का प्रयोग कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं पहले क्लियर होना चाहता हूँ। जीव मतलब सूक्ष्म शरीर और आत्मा का एक कम्बिनेशन। अभी तक जब हम व्यक्ति जीवित है, तब तक स्थूल शरीर भी है, सूक्ष्म शरीर भी है, कारण भी और आत्मा है, चारों का कम्बिनेशन अभी है, हम जो जीवित जब तक है। अब कोई मृत हो गया तो स्थूल शरीर जमीन में पड़ा हुआ है, बाकी कारण शरीर, सूक्ष्म शरीर और जीवात्मा, आत्मा वो इससे अलग हो गए। इसको ध्यान में रख करके मेरे शब्द, जो जीव को हम उसको जीव निकल कर चला गया। अब जीव को क्या चाहिए? जीव तो एक सूक्ष्म शरीर है। सूक्ष्म शरीर भोग नहीं कर सकता, भोग करने के लिए कोई स्थूल शरीर चाहिए। तो यहाँ हमारे जो मान्यता है, पारंपरिक मान्यता है कि जैसे इस शरीर में सूक्ष्म शरीर था, तो यहाँ इंद्रियों के, स्थूल इंद्रियों के द्वारा विषय का उपभोग हो रहा है। अब अपने कर्मों, क्योंकि वो जब जीव जाएगा तो अपने कर्मों को साथ में लेकर जाएगा। उसने अपने जो कर्म किए हैं, शुभ कर्म अशुभ कर्म जितने भी किए हैं, उसको फलभोग आगे करना है। उसी के अनुसार उसको दूसरे स्थूल शरीर मिलने किंतु बीच में भी जब तक उसका दूसरे वास्तविक शरीर नहीं प्राप्त होता है, तब भी उसको दूसरा शरीर प्राप्त चाहिए कहीं भी। जैसे हम कहते हैं किसी दूसरे लोक में जाएगा, स्वर्ग नरक आदि, अथवा हो सकता है कि वहाँ तत्काल दूसरे किसी जीव में, उसमें कई चीजें हैं, किंतु उसको शरीर चाहिए। तो हम जो संस्कार करते हैं, संस्कार की विधि जब प्रक्रिया में हम लोग जाते हैं, तो सामान्य तो 9-10 दिन के संस्कार होते हैं। 9 दिन मुख्य, 10 दिन मान लीजिए, 10 दिन हम लोग बोलते हैं, फिर वो 11, 12, 13 कई है, मुख्य 10 दिन के संस्कार होते हैं। वो 10 दिन इसलिए माना जाता है कि जैसे वो एक प्रकार से गर्भ से नया शरीर प्राप्त कर रहा है। जैसे मनुष्य को जन्म देने के लिए 9 महीना माता के गर्भ में रहना होता है, वहाँ पर उसके शरीर, स्थूल शरीर का निर्माण होता है जिस प्रकार से, उसी प्रकार से वो माता के गर्भ में जाने से पहले भी उसको भोग करने के लिए उस सूक्ष्म शरीर को एक दूसरा शरीर की आवश्यकता होती है, जो 9 दिन में उसका निर्माण होता है। तो उसका शरीर ठीक ठाक निर्माण हो, उसके लिए हम 9 दिन के कर्म यहाँ पर उसके लिए करते हैं। तो वो तो किंतु वो कब आरंभ होंगे? जब उसका संस्कार होगा, शरीर का संस्कार होगा। अब मूल आपका जो प्रश्न है कि शरीर का संस्कार कैसे, कब, किस परिस्थिति में होना चाहिए, तो यहाँ पर किंतु वो जुड़ जाता है। तो हमने उसको पहले कहा कि आगे 9 दिन भी हमको ध्यान में रख करके करना होता है, चीज़ों को करने की बात जरूरत होती है। अब कितने दिन, तो मुख्य, अब यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा क्लियर हम लोगों को उतना मिलता नहीं, क्योंकि ये विवाद कई जगह होता है। अभी मैं यहाँ नेपाल में हूँ, ये हर घर की लगभग कहानी जैसी हो गई कि एक बेटा बाहर विदेश में है, यहाँ किसी की मृत्यु हो जाती है, तो कितना दिन कब तक उसकी प्रतीक्षा करे, ये बहुत आम समस्या हो गई। तो सामान्य जो नियम है उसके आधार पर बहुत यथाशीघ्र वो बात है कि जितनी संभव जल्दी हो उतना करना चाहिए, ये मूल बात है। इसको आधार मान करके ही आगे बढ़ना है, क्योंकि जो जीव है वो उसका शरीर के साथ इतना मोह, लगाव, तादात्म्य, अध्यास होता है कि मैं ही शरीर हूँ। यद्यपि सिद्धांततः हमने ये बात पहले भी ये बात आई कि जीव जो है शरीर, आत्मा शरीर से भिन्न है, किंतु उतना कि तथापि हमको भूख लगती है, मुझे प्यास लगती है, शरीर, सिर दर्द होता है, तो हम तो शरीर से जुड़े हुए हैं। उसका अटैचमेंट इतना कठोर है जिसको हम आसक्ति बोलते हैं। तो शरीर को त्याग करने के बाद भी जरूरी नहीं कि वो तुरंत वो निकल कर चला जाए कि चलो मैं मर गया। उसको पता भी नहीं चलता कि शायद मेरी मृत्यु हो गई, और वो शरीर के आसपास में प्रयास करता है कि दोबारा प्रवेश करे, जीवित हो उसको। तो एक प्रकार से उसको जो जीव है जो निकल कर गया है, उसको भी एक प्रकार की बातें उसके मस्तिष्क में, उसके संस्कार में भी ये बातें जानी चाहिए कि हाँ, अब मेरा वास्तव में गया, मेरा आगे बढ़ना है, मुझे अब मेरी मृत्यु हो गई है, ये बात को ध्यान में रखना है। उसको भी हमको ये सूचना करनी है, जिसके लिए वो क्रियाएं जब हम आरंभ कर देते हैं यथाशीघ्र शरीर के को लेकर के, क्योंकि उसको भी पता है कि मृत्यु होने पर क्या क्या होता है, उसने से पहले किया ही रहता है, देखा ही रहता है, उसको भी सब चीज़ें मालूम होती है। तो हम वो पद्धतियाँ आरंभ कर देते हैं, तो उसको पता चलता है कि बस मेरी मृत्यु हो गई है, और तो शरीर मुझे सामने दिखाई दे रहा है पड़ा हुआ, वो अब मेरा नहीं है, मुझे उससे निकल कर जाना है। तो जितना जल्दी वो जाए, आगे की यात्रा आरंभ करे, वो उसके लिए उतना अच्छा होता है। तो जितना जल्दी हम उसको संस्कार कर देते हैं उतना अच्छा है। तो पहली बात है जितना जल्दी। तो संस्कार, अब उसमें देखिए मैं थोड़ा सा एक चीज़ जोड़ूंगा, देवी उसमें मैं ज़्यादा जाना नहीं चाहता। भिन्न भिन्न मत में जैसे क्रिश्चियनिटी है, जूइस में अलग अलग संप्रदाय में अलग अलग पद्धति से किया जाता है। तो कई बार यहाँ भी लोग उठाते हैं वहाँ ऐसा होता था, आप यहाँ ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो सकता। तो ये देखिए, इसमें एक चीज़ ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है, ये सारी चीज़ें हमारे संस्कार अनुभव से जुड़े हुए चीज़ें। जैसे मेरी अथवा मेरी मृत्यु यदि हो जाती है, तो मेरा जो जीव है वो मैं अभी जीवन में जब हूँ उस समय में मेरे जो अनुभव है, संस्कार है, उसी प्रकार के हिसाब से मेरे आगे के चिंतन भी होंगे। तो जब मुझे मालूम है कि मैंने देखा है कि दूसरे जो मेरे संबंधियों को जिस प्रकार से संस्कार किया गया, तभी मेरे दिमाग में बैठ जाएगा कि ये मेरा अंतिम संस्कार हो गया, अब मुझे आगे बढ़ना है। मुझे कोई ऐसे जमीन में छोड़ता रहेगा, चलो चील को खिला देते हैं कि परोपकार हो जाएगा, तो मुझे लगेगा ही नहीं कि संस्कार हो रहा है। मैं इंतजार करता रहूंगा, पता नहीं कब तक मैं इंतजार करता रहूंगा। इसलिए जो परंपरागत रूप में जिस पद्धति में जो संस्कार की परंपरा है, उसी को ही हमको फॉलो करना चाहिए उस समुदाय में। इसमें हम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते सारे मनुष्य बराबर है, सब से देखा जाए। और ये वास्तव में जो आप कह रहे हैं वो हर एक समुदाय के अपने पर संस्कार के अनुसार, परंपरा के अनुसार संस्कार हो, ये सरकार भी चाहती है, तो ये अच्छी बात है। तो इसको मैं इस विषय को मैं इतने जोड़ करके मैं आगे जो बातें कर रहा था, तो संस्कार हमको उसको उसके दिमाग में बिठाना भी है कि हम आए कि हमारी यात्रा आरंभ हो रही है, उसको कन्विंसिंग होनी चाहिए। अब जितनी जल्दी, ये पहले नंबर की बात है। अब किंतु बाकी पद्धतियाँ हैं कि उसके शरीर के संस्कार करने के कुछ अधिकार होते हैं। कौन उसका, क्योंकि वो यज्ञ है, अंत्येष्टि है, इष्टि हो, याग है। वो केवल ऐसा नहीं कि शरीर खत्म हो गया, मिट्टी में मिल गया, पंचतत्व में मिलने दे, किसी भी प्रकार से पंचतत्व में मिल जाए, नहीं। वो हमारे हर एक जन्म से लेकर के मृत्यु तक के स्वर संस्कार है। तो मृत्यु भी एक संस्कार होने की वजह से ये वो संस्कार करने का अधिकार होता है। कौन करेगा? वो यज्ञ है, उसको करने से किसी को पुण्य की प्राप्ति होगी, उस जीवात्मा को भी उसके लाभ प्राप्त होंगे। इसलिए उसमें पुत्र है, पुत्र नहीं है, तो कई चीज की कई अन्य विकल्प है कि कौन उस संस्कार को करे। तो सबसे है कि सबसे बड़ा पुत्र हो तो उसको करना चाहिए। अब वो पुत्र मान लीजिए दूर में है, कहीं बाहर चला गया है, तो उसको आने के लिए तो उसके अधिकार की रक्षा की भी ध्यान में रखते हुए इसमें हमको यथासंभव जितना जल्दी हो सके, जिसमें शरीर बिगड़े ना, उसमें विकृति ना आए, इसको ध्यान में रख करके 1 दिन 2 दिन तक उसमें थोड़ा-सा इसमें मैं थोड़ा अभी मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि यही मेरा निर्णय है। उसमें धर्मशास्त्रियों का थोड़ा और मंथन आदि अथवा कोई ग्रंथ आदि देख कर के कहीं कुछ स्पष्ट उल्लेख है क्या? इसको देख करके हम शास्त्रीय विधान के अनुसार ही हमको उसका निर्णय करना चाहिए। किंतु हम समाज में अभी जो देखते हैं तो कम से कम 1 दिन, 2 दिन, 3 दिन तक लोग प्रतीक्षा कर लेते हैं। उसके बाद यदि कुछ चीज़ नहीं होती है तो फिर वो दूसरा अधिकारी कर लेता है। बाद में अन्य, क्योंकि वो आगे हमने देखा 9 दिन के बाद 10वें दिन में तो उसको दूसरा शरीर फिर प्राप्त होना है। उसको आगे यात्रा बढ़ानी है उस जीव की। तो हम यहाँ ज़्यादा प्रतीक्षा करके रखेंगे तो उसको आगे जो शरीर का निर्माण होना है वहाँ उसकी विकृति होगी। वहाँ भी जैसे यहाँ विकलांग व्यक्ति पैदा होता है तो विकलांग होने की संभावना होती है, शास्त्रीय दृष्टिकोण से देख कर जाएंगे तो उसको ध्यान में रख करके ज्यादा प्रतीक्षा नहीं करनी चाहिए। तो ये है। और बाकी जब संस्कार की बात है, मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी आपके प्रश्न के इसे इतना से हमारा उत्तर पर्याप्त हो जाएगा, तो फिर आगे और डिस्कशन करेंगे।
धन्यवाद विश्वनाथ जी। To summarize what he said, so I asked about where, when, and how. So he answered on where and when. That the fastest, whichever way, the fastest way to cremation should be adopted, whatever is reasonable. But the principle is the earliest the better. So anything that supports earliest the better principle, that is policymakers can accommodate. That's one. Second, he highlighted that how is to be done. So he said that whatever sampradaya or sect that you are part of, and whatever is you've been following, so it's best to be accommodated in that manner. So that's second. So now that we have, kind of have some opinion about or some thing about what is a body, what is not body, and what is this event of death, and where and when of cremations in terms of procedure. Now let's go in the last and the final leg of the procedure itself. By the way, Vishwanath also hinted but not elaborated in detail about the importance of this cremation ritual. That is not just for the individual, because so far we have spent all the time in the panel on cremation as an event important for the person who has died. It is also for the persons who are left behind. It is also for the society where this death has happened. It is also for the planet on which this death has happened. So that's why we are talking about policy matters here also. Keeping those aspects in mind, now we go on to the procedure that the new techniques like alkaline hydrolysis, like electric cremation, or other forms of cremation, for example, burial. So is burning by wood is the only way, or there are other ways? How should we see that? And what are the contextual kind of freedom that we have to adopt other ways of cremation? So किसी और पद्धतियों के लिए हम लोग इसको किस तरह से देखें, उसमें क्या संदर्भानुकूल हमें स्वतंत्रता है कि हम किसी और तरीके से भी कर पाए. तो इसके बारे में आपके विचार शीतल जी, या फिर थोड़ा सा समय का अभाव है, इसके बाद में कंक्लूड भी करना है, तो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट पैनलिस्ट टू बी ब्रीफ ऑन दिस।
मुझसे पहले थोड़ा सा बोलना चाहूँगी कि मैं विश्वनाथ जी से अमृत की अर्जी करती हूँ कि as soon as possible क्रिमिनेशन का प्रिंसिपल को अपनाना चाहिए। मैं थोड़ा सा डिसएग्री या मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग थोड़ी सी अलग है बाकी एस्पेक्ट्स से कि उस मृत्यु के बाद जिस आत्मा ने शरीर छोड़ा है उसका इस शरीर का जब तक क्रिएशन नहीं होगा जिसकी पद्धति से इसी मंत्र में वो कहता है जिसी पद्धति से किया जाता है तब तक उसको ये अनुभव नहीं होगा कि मुझे दूसरी वर्ग में जाना है। मेरी प्रश्न ये है कि जो आत्मा शरीर छोड़ के जा रही है उसके लिए अब इस शरीर का उसके आसपास के संसार का प्रॉबली लीस्ट फोकस है, बल्कि उससे कहीं ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस जो है वो है जो इस समाज के पीछे रह गए उनके, क्योंकि यदि बॉडी को टाइमली क्रिमेट नहीं करेंगे तो वो उस समाज के लिए वो बाधक होगी। केवल इतना उनको मानसिक रूप से संबल बनाने में भी टाइम लग जाएगा, तो इसलिए उसका टाइमली संस्कार होना बहुत जरूरी है। और संस्कार यदि परिवार के सदस्यों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग रहती है तो समझते हैं कि आत्मा भिन्न है, शरीर भिन्न है और शरीर के छूटने के बाद ईश्वर की व्यवस्था के अनुसार उसको अपने जन्म मिल जाएगा। तो ये हमेशा होना यानी आग्रह करना किसी के लिए भी अनिवार्य नहीं होना चाहिए कि उसका चहेता बेटा या बड़ा बेटा या जो भी परिवार के कोई सदस्य हैं उनको होना ही चाहिए, अनलेस उस व्यक्ति को लगता है कि मुझे वहां होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि अदरवाइज उस व्यक्ति के लिए इस घटना से बाहर आना कठिन होगा। क्योंकि जब ये सारा प्रोसेस व्यक्ति देखता है तो ये सारा प्रोसेस उसको ये एक्सेप्ट करने में मदद करता है कि हाँ वो पर्टिकुलर व्यक्ति जिससे हमारे संबंध या जैसे भी संबंध रहते हैं इसको हो तो उसको मेंटल पीस मिलने में बहुत ही मददगार होता है।
If I understood you correctly, Vishwanath ji comes from that how important is this for the individual, and you come from how it is important for the ecosystem around that individual. So both are complementary. It's just the argumentation behind the procedure is different. That if the persons who think that they should be there, if they are not there, then the trauma increases, and then he has to deal with he or she has to deal with it. The society has to deal with it. So there is a mental, emotional, social trauma that also has to be. So this event is also to release, to cope with that trauma. So that from that argument also, earliest the better, and with whoever that is according to the Shastras or according to the emotional reasons, they should be present. So the policy makers have to make sure that they create accommodations for this, that about when, with who this procedure is done. So that's a good insight that we have come up as a panel. Now, with this, I also highlight because the title of this panel discussion was defining spiritual care. So, for the audience, some of you are not from that field. So, medical care is something that when there is an injury or something, or a disease condition to the physical body, or something that can be observed physically, that comes under medical protocols or medical hospitals, and insurance usually covers all of that. There is some part of psychological care, which is mine. The objective part of it is dealt mostly in psychiatry, and somewhat subjective part of it is dealt with psychology or psychotherapy, social psychology. So there's a whole spectrum around it. Spiritual care is different from all these two domains in some sense. Number one, that spiritual care does not mean that there is an intervention and there is a stated or explicit outcome, which is there in case of medical thing. Spiritual care also does not necessarily deals with a diseased condition or an injury condition. It could be a care which is existential in nature, someone who wants to understand life-changing events such as death. In this case, it's death. So spiritual care is different. So these moments are also there, must happen in a manner that spiritual care is implicit in this process. The process of dying, the process of cremation. So the policy must accommodate ways in which the best spiritual care, formal, non-formal, and informal, all the three aspects could find place. So that connects your point to how spiritual care can be part of it. So I now, since we are almost over with time, so now I hand over to Shardaji for his reflective comments, what she has heard, and because she comes from an experience from Netherlands, and since she has seen, because virtue of her age also, she has seen deaths around in a close quarter, and she has gone through certain processes herself. So she has some insight of the Dutch context in which how these things are seen and how society and community is demanding for future and what are the pressures from the government on policy making. So with this background, I know so what you would like.
Yeah, actually we haven't answered the question on the alternative forms of prevention. Are there some specific thoughts on the human work?
Maybe we can have a quick word for.
Yes, that would be helpful.
विश्वनाथ जी एक ब्रीफ थोड़ा सा संक्षेप में कि जो नए तरीके आए हैं अंत्येष्टि के लिए वो किस तरह से शास्त्र सम्मत है या व्यवहार सम्मत है हिंदू दर्शन की दृष्टि से।
जी, मैं थोड़ा सा विचार रखूंगा इसको एकदम से कंक्लूजन मत लीजिएगा। इसको यदि नए जो पद्धतियां आ रही हैं यदि वो प्राकृतिक है, नेचुरल है, तो उसको हम लगता है हम ऐसा मानते हैं कि उसको हम स्वीकार कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि मुख्य शरीर जो स्थूल शरीर है वो पांच भौतिक है, तो किसी भी तरह से हमको भूतों को समर्पण करना है। हमारे यहाँ जल संस्कार की विधि पहले से है, मृत भूमि संस्कार की विधि पहले से है, अग्नि संस्कार की विधि पहले से है। ये तीन के बारे में हम एक अच्छी तरह से हम जानते हैं। यद्यपि उनमें अलग अलग योग्यता का निर्धारण अलग अलग जगह से इस तरह से किया गया है, किंतु उसको हम आवश्यकता के अनुसार कुछ फ्लिप भी कर सकते हैं। इसलिए अब अग्नि संस्कार में लकड़ी जलाकर करने की और बाद में हम बिजली जो विद्युत शवदाह है वो भी अग्नि संस्कार ही हम उसको मानते हैं। उसमें भी अभी बहुत जगह स्वीकृति भी है, काशी में भी वो स्वीकृति भी है, और जल संस्कार और भूमि संस्कार भी स्वीकृत है। तो जो नई आप जल के संबंध में कुछ जो बातें कर रहे हैं, यदि वो उसमें प्राकृतिक तरीके से शरीर का एक प्रकार से विनाश होकर इस रूप में विनाश होकर के प्रकृति के साथ मिलने की वो प्रक्रिया है, तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें ज़्यादा दिक्कत, शास्त्रीय दृष्टिकोण से ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आनी चाहिए। अभी मैं इतना ही कमेंट करना चाहूँगा।
इसमें थोड़ा सा मैं जोड़ना चाहूँगा कि कई सारे संस्कार के तरीके प्राय देखने को नहीं मिलते। ये मैं और शारदा जी हम लोग राजस्थान में एक अपनी बुक के लिए रिसर्च कर रहे थे, आज से 10 साल पहले की बात है। तो राजस्थान के गांव में लोग थे, तो एक बहुत जो बूढ़े थे, मेरे ख्याल से 92 वर्ष के रहे होंगे, तो उनके साथ चर्चा में और शारदा जी के दादाजी की कुछ कहानियां जो उनके पिताजी को स्मरण थी, उनसे इंटरव्यू में ये बात निकल के आई कि अंत्येष्टि में जिनके परिवार में कोई असामयिक मृत्यु नहीं हुई और जिनसे कम आयु का व्यक्ति उनके सामने नहीं मरा है, उसकी जो अंत्येष्टि होती थी वो एक तरीके से होती थी जो गांव में बैकुंठी कह के कहा जाता था, और उसमें जो शव होता था उसको बिठा के ले जाते थे, रीढ़ की हड्डी एक डंडे से बांध के सीधा रखते थे और उसका दाह संस्कार बैठे बैठे होता था। तो इसको वो बैकुंठी बोलते थे और उसमें एक तरह का वो उत्सव होता था। अब हमारी पीढ़ी में तो ऐसा कोई मृत्यु हुई नहीं जिसमें कि कोई असामयिक मृत्यु ना हुई हो, या फिर तो इसलिए वो पद्धति हमने अपनी आंखों से तो देखी नहीं, लेकिन जिन्होंने देखी उनके इंटरव्यू से पता चला। ऐसे ही कुछ जो संत जन है वो जल समाधि लेते हैं, कुछ जो है वो भूमि समाधि लेते हैं। तो विश्वनाथ जी ने कहा कि भूमि समाधि, जल समाधि और अग्नि समाधि ये शास्त्र सम्मत है। लेकिन किनके लिए शास्त्र सम्मत है ये इस पर चर्चा का आज तो विषय नहीं है, लेकिन किसके लिए, क्योंकि जो भूमि समाधि और जल समाधि के जितने भी उदाहरण हमें मिलते हैं ये वो उदाहरण है जो कोई संत जिन्होंने जो अपनी तपस्या से वे उससे उतने शुद्ध हो गए कि उनका शरीर जो है यदि पर्यावरण में कुछ अधिक समय भी पड़ा है तो वो किसी तरह का भौतिक या फिर अभौतिक कह लीजिए प्रदूषण नहीं कर रहा है, इसीलिए उसको वो सम्मति है कि वो जल समाधि या जल से या भूमि से वो कर सके। जो अब्राहमिक रिलीजन्स हैं उनमें कोई कारण रहा होगा, मैं उनका विशेषज्ञ नहीं हूँ, आई एम नॉट अ स्पेशलिस्ट ऑन दोस रिलीजन्स, बट उनके अगर उस तरह की पद्धति से अगर यहाँ पर करते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए संदर्भ ये है कि पूरी तरह से शुद्धि जिनकी हुई वो उस तरह से कर सकते हैं। यदि छोटा बच्चा है, कोई 6 महीने का बच्चा है, उसकी असामयिक मृत्यु हुई है, तो उसको अधिकांश मतों में अधिकांश जो संप्रदाय है वो उसकी भूमि संस्कार करते हैं। तो यदि पॉलिसी में संदर्भ के हिसाब से हो, जहाँ पर देश, काल और कौन व्यक्ति है उसके हिसाब से वो किस आयु का है, किस आश्रम में है, किस वर्ण किस आश्रम में है, उस पर और जातिगत भी हो सकता है और उस समय का संदर्भ, तो ये सभी का मिला के तो विश्वनाथ जी ने जो मूल बताया कि अगर हिंदू दर्शन से देखें तो भूमि, अग्नि और जल यदि प्राकृतिक रूप से यदि क्रिमेशन कर रहे हैं तो वो शास्त्र सम्मत है। अप्राकृतिक, अब उसको डिफाइन करना कि अप्राकृतिक क्या है, तो सबसे बड़ा केस है अल्कलाइन हाइड्रोलिसिस। अब अल्कलाइन हाइड्रोलिसिस में हम लोग पानी का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, यदि उसमें एसिड यूज कर रहे हैं तो मेरे दृष्टिकोण से वो अप्राकृतिक होगा। लेकिन यदि वो अल्कलाइन हाइड्रोलिसिस है तो मुझे लगता है शायद वो ठीक होगा, क्योंकि बॉडी का जो पीएच है वो एसिडिक नहीं है। बॉडी का जो सामान्य पीएच है, यदि उस पीएच पे अगर जल से किया जाता है तो वो अप्राकृतिक नहीं होगा। ये तो मैं शादा से अनुरोध करूँगा कि अब वो इसको कंक्लूड करें। और
Thank you all. Thank you so much for this discussion. I think it's good to start saying that there is not one way of doing things. And especially in the Hindu diaspora and the Netherlands, we see so many different groups having different ways of information. We have also different families doing it in different ways. This Friday, my mama, last time, he passed away, 101 year in Suriname. Children are all in the Netherlands except one. They waited, I think, for a whole week to have the whole family together. So in 3 days it was not possible. I could not be there, and many of us could not be there. But that was this through the live stream, we could be also part of it. And it was for me personally very important because this mama was one of our favorites, came a lot at our homes. So, as you said, it's a way for those who are left behind to cope with it. So to have this the presence, being there, see what is happening, is part of our own spiritual care moments. So in the Netherlands, in the policy, of course, spiritual care is very much formalized, and people at the end of their lives, they have the possibility to have several sessions made by the insurance in this palliative care process or they are in hospice, very much guided the way they want it. So if someone wants reasonably there, the guidance, it should be possible. If someone wants to have a combination, it should be possible. So that is one of the good things that identify. There's also care. How things should be done, especially with focus on living the worldviews, is still a topic which we need to explore more and more. And our pyramids, middle pyramids, all those who are involved, I think can benefit a lot from what do our scriptures talk about, as well as what are different practices or ways of doing things. I think that is one of the things that will enrich us, especially because at the moment there are so many different viewpoints already. So you have to know the principles, as we discussed here, having this clarity that what is the body, what is Atman, and that these are distinctive things. If those kinds of conceptual ontological principles are there, then I think people can give it some sort of form which is more suitable, because at the end it is also part of their process left behind and how they will cope with the rest of the time without this. So I would like to conclude this session. I know Sudashi and Shunaji for a long time. They have been in our classes, and in some of the classes, 3-4 hours is still not enough to have these two types of experts here, and so we can talk more, but we have this time. So I would like to thank you. Thank you.
विश्वनाथ जी, अब इस कमरे में हम लोग वो कल्चरल प्रोग्राम करेंगे, तो यदि आप ऑनलाइन जुड़ेंगे पौने घंटे बाद शुरू होगा, तो आप तब जुड़ना चाहें तब जुड़ सकते हैं। तो धन्यवाद।
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः।
Beautiful thing. So the time in the mid-40s, I used to be so fascinated or obsessed with that midlife crisis. I used to read some books, like Elizabeth, something I used to talk from. When you hear from our Hinduism, then you can relate that.
Nimisha
When you can kind of get older, you become very hard to really difficult to understand what's going on. The time,
Thank you, everyone. Now, I will request Professor Ajit Kumar Mishra to please give mementos to the speakers. Thank you. Ma'am, please come. Yeah.
Advaita is Sylvia's daughter. She has flown in for.
Hello everyone, we are ending the session. Now we are heading for our high tea and after that cultural program will start from 5:45. Please do come forward.
ये तो भी पे गया क्या मैं हाँ आराम से तो टेबल को ना टेबल को हाँ हाँ ये तो हट जाएगा ये तो ठीक है टेबल को 3-4 लोग लगना पड़ेगा भैया अभी नहीं पीछेगा तुम्हें बता रहे हैं भैया डांस चालू रखिएगा डांस खत्म हो जाएगा तो उसके बाद पीछेगा डांस के बाद आपको पता है ना मुझे बाहर कर लेते हैं बाहर कर